10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Magic After Dark. My name is Ryan Edwards. This is my co-host,
Blaze Sarah. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. We're so excited to have you here, and we can't wait for our guests tonight.
It's going to be crazy tonight. I just got to say, this week I'm so happy I made it through the without falling off the chair. I got
Yes.
last week, people saying you should try to fall off the chair every week.
We cut a compilation together of the most epic falls.
Just don't want to get hurt. That's all. Maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll try to.
We don't have telekinesis magic in the chat again to knock you over from home.
He hasn't come in yet, so maybe next week. If he's on, I will fall.
But speaking of mental powers, I think that our guest today might be the closest thing to really having those powers.
I've heard some insane stories from them over the years that I'm sure we'll get into tonight. So I am super, super pumped. I know I've been talking to you about it all week. Yeah. But should we just tell them? Should we just bring
it in? This is a first also that we're on YouTube having two guests for the price of one.
That's it. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the one and only, I guess the two and only, the Evasons. So let's bring those.
Welcome to the show.
Is that part of the deal?
Yes, sure.
Every week,
I love that.
Every week, so one of the guests tries to do it and stuff, and we're like, I just said we need to make like a soundtrack or some video that does it automatically for everything.
Just cut together all the guests imitating our. It's great. But Jeff and Tessa, welcome to the show. So
thank you.
It's really great to be here.
How have things been for you recently, adapting to this whole virtual world of shows and taking what you do live and bringing it off the stage?
I like how you say recently. It's like it's been going on for a while now.
I mean, relatively recently, yeah. I mean, now things are kind of going back.
And that's the challenge, I think.
You mean back to live or back to
live? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not for us. We're in Canada, but we'll be going back to the U.S. just less than a week, so we'll take care of business. But yeah, we've done a lot of virtual shows. We were hesitant at first, and the show's just getting better and better, and then all of a sudden, everything's drying up. All this equipment, we got to return it.
Did you save your receipts?
Kept the receipt.
Yeah,
the receipts. Of course we did.
Yeah. What's the Amazon return policy?
I don't understand it. Everything's open and it's going back.
Yeah. But we just got another hold today for virtual, so I don't think it's over. We'll hopefully, fingers crossed, because we're liking it a lot.
Oh yeah. Makes life easy for sure.
Not more than live, but it's a whole different thing. I know you do a lot, Ryan. I know, Blaze, are you doing virtual shows too?
I've done a few. Cool. Haven't done as many recently, and working on more, trying to get prepared for live since I'm in the US. But I know Ryan's been crushing it with virtual shows rather.
Awesome. Good stuff.
Virtual shows all the time, which is great. I know that you guys, like, I travel a lot, but you guys travel 10 times probably more than I do. And so for me, that's been the greatest thing, is being at home. Like, as much as that sounds crazy to most people, they're like, wow, you're locked in your house all the time and it sucks. It's like, I've got so much done at home. Probably wouldn't get done.
Yeah. We hear you.
Every week we joke around on the podcast about, I built a pergola and I take care of my lawn and I've made all the neighbors jealous. And tonight a neighbor posted on Facebook, let me pull this up if I can get it quickly.
I was going to talk lawns, but I didn't want to be my dad.
Adult peer pressure. Your neighbor.
Wow.
I got
I am impressed. What are you using? Legal stuff, or are you importing the chemical?
Oh, he's going to confess now.
He's got the good stuff.
The American stuff.
We don't use the cheap stuff over here. No.
Yeah. I think a lot of people think about, traveling, that it's just so exotic, but they don't realize it's so often you don't get to see a darn thing. You're just from gig to gig to gig to gig. And so it's so good. It's so wonderful to sleep in your own bed. dream number one. But now we're kind of ready to get back out there. So,
and we have neglected our lawn for like 20 years.
God.
So we have so many weeds out there, but this year we're getting it back. Finally, we can get it back in shape.
Yeah. We should actually have video recorded that and made it a new exercise program. Removing weeds. You use every part of your body. So.
Literally,
and calories galore.
I go out every single day now and pull out all of my weeds. And my neighbor tonight, I was going to grab a Coke Zero from the store down the street before the show, and I walked out of my house and there was a weed that I saw, like a dandelion, and I went out with my puller and I pulled the one.
Do we know this feeling?
Oh yeah. Oh,
I've never met a man more passionate about lawns.
Right. Well, our next door neighbor, you haven't met him.
My neighbor messaged me and was like, there's an intervention for that. I was like, that one seeds. I don't want any more on my lawn.
So which model of a weed puller are you using? I just bought 2 of them this week. So
nice.
I'm a big fan. Yeah. Before that, we were down on our knees with a little trowel.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm talking hundreds, probably thousands. I'm not lying.
Probably.
Wheelbarrows. There had to be 25 wheelbarrows packed. Going across the street, there's a forest. We can dump them. But anyhow, we're here to talk horticulture, magic, everything.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we always say with this show: is it's open bar to anything and everything. Last week was all over the place as well. And
it got very political and things.
Oh.
Yes.
And then some magic in between.
Yeah,
we can talk politics. Let's talk politics. We can. Better not.
I'm backing up. He can go forward.
just slowly slides chair out of.
I'm just gonna slowly lean right over.
Smooth criminal lean out of this.
It's now the.
No, we're not gonna. We didn't intend to bring it to politics last week. It just kind of our guest was very passionate about it, and and it's fine. We're like you said, we're all into whatever you want to talk about. We're this show. I think, especially what Ryan says every week is that if we wanted to talk to you, then we could just give you a call. Obviously, I haven't met you yet, so I'm really looking forward to talking to you. But anybody in the chat, if they wanted to learn something about you, this is definitely the time. So we have their questions, but also I think it's good to see more sides of the entertainer than just what you see on the stage and just their thought process behind only that. Finding out more about your personalities. And we definitely have some segments down the line that you're not ready for that will absolutely discover more parts of your personality.
You didn't send us anything to prepare. This is the most unprepared podcast that we've ever done.
Oh no,
there is zero way to prepare for any of this.
There's no way to prepare.
This is by design. This is just the way it is it?
Oh,
okay.
yes.
100%.
Okay, cool.
They can prepare, and when they do, it's the end of them. It's worse.
Oh.
We probably went back out once we knew what we were going to be getting into, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I know that feeling.
But well, I mean, for people that haven't seen you out there, because like I said, I know we get a lot of laymen and stuff like that do watch. Can you tell people kind of I obviously know what you do, and that's kind of the thing that we started was I could call you guys up and ask you anything I wanted for the most part, anyways. And so we always open it up to people that they can ask questions and hopefully learn things about you guys that they're interested in as well. But can you explain to everybody what you guys do?
We call it Second Sight. That's the traditional name. Second Sight is a 2-person mind reading act. So that's the bare bones of what we do. It goes back hundreds of years. And throughout history, throughout time, there's been a lot of changes, but not to the style, or I won't say the style, won't get too technical, but the methodology behind how we do it is the same as it was done hundreds of years ago, for the most part. And Tessa is the medium, the mentalist.
I wear a blindfold usually.
And she stays on stage, and I'm sort of like, you guys are too young to remember Phil Donahue, probably.
Hey, I remember Phil Donahue.
Oh.
I'm impressed. I go out in the audience with
He's kind of like a Barker, right?
Yeah. And I'm getting the personal stuff, the stories, the objects, the items, the people thinking things. And whatever we do happens in the audience and on stage. In the audience, it's with with various people who want to participate at random, and Tess is telling them all kinds of details and information. So that's, in a nutshell for magicians, what we do. We're,
Now,
we can talk more as we go if you like.
Yeah.
I feel like I just talk too much.
never enough.
Here's a question for you guys, because I've seen the act a number of times. Have you guys ever wanted to switch where, like, Tessa, you go out and have you ever been like, Jeff, your job is easier than mine, or vice versa, where Jeff is like, I'm running around the audience, and you get to stand on stage. Have you ever just said, hey, one night, maybe we should just switch or something?
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
Yeah. We play with it, it is. But you just brought up a really interesting concept, because switching to the virtual show really brought a sense of reality to me. So often I'd be thinking, well, your job is so easy. You're there, you can see everything, you know what's going on. Yeah. I've got a blindfold on and weird things are happening, or it's hard to determine exactly what's happening. But I started to realize the more I watched videos with Jeff, or the more I was on stage revealing an item and trying to figure out, how is this even happening? It's just the craziest thing. I started to realize all the work he was doing. Now I got why he was sweating so much. Yeah. It is very hard what he's doing. I work on one plane pretty much, but he's on different levels and medium, and remembering so many people. Okay, I like that person, I'm going to save them for later. That object has a great story. And he's all over the place.
There's layers to this kind of an act. I think that there's the first layer of what is apparent to me, not to Tessa because she's blindfolded, but let's say somebody was to hold up this, which I would never do, but I want to look for interesting things. But let's say they hold up, now this would be cool. There. Yeah. I don't know. What is that?
Is that a planchette?
What is it?
Yeah, it is a planchette. I was going to wear it, but I didn't get a chance. But what's interesting is because it's magnetic, it's got my Magic Castle AMA membership on the back of it.
So where's that from? What's that?
That was, I don't know, somewhere along the way we just picked it up. Or no, you actually bought it online. You saw it and you bought it online for me. Yeah.
So, there's a word on there, which my camera's weird. Let me just see if I could.
There, mystery. Yeah.
There's stuff. There's probably something like this. Somebody gave it to them, or they picked it up somewhere, like us.
Something spiritual about them, or a believer, or whatever. There's just a cute story behind.
So we try to get the information that isn't apparent. So there's that first layer of what we all see and know, and that's kind of the downside of a virtual show, because we can't really get past that first layer very easily. And then there's the next layer, which is the information that nobody knows other than the person. And it's that stuff that even they're going to be surprised maybe that Tessa could possibly know those details. Yeah. Like if it's a piece of jewelry, it isn't interesting for most people that they happen to have a ring with a red stone in it. But what is interesting is that it belonged to their great-grandmother before them, and their great-grandmother, her first name and her last name. And so you try to get all that stuff that,
For sure.
Yeah. So that's, I think, what Tessa can see on some, in videos and the replay. She's seeing how that works. Which
is a really smart layering of method and routine construction.
Right. Right.
It's so much more than just a surface level second sight kind of routine.
Yes.
Yeah. And we could be doing the show, and I really have to get myself to stay focused, because when something has happened, I can't wait till the show is over and the after party is over, so I can say, okay, how the heck did this whole thing unfold? Because I know on a superficial level, but I just want to know behind the scenes. And it's just because, you didn't figure that out? Like, nope. He says, I'm not sure if I'm going to tell you. It's great though.
Well, our other mutual friend, Matt DeCero, is in the house watching as well. So he just said hi,
Matt.
He's probably drinking.
Yeah. Well, so Matt will have lots of questions then. Matt, make sure to comment all of your questions or hilarious stories, because I'm sure you've got some comments so we can answer.
Oh yeah.
No, you guys are in trouble now.
You don't have to show them, do you?
No.
Now, for some backstory for how you got to this point, were both of you independently performing as mentalists before you got together and met and got married and everything, or did you decide to get into mentalism after getting together?
Well, Tessa was a fashion model, and I worked in radio broadcasting as a job, as a career.
Oh, wow.
And I just moved to Toronto, but I did magic part-time. And, at some times in my life, I had done magic show full-time, tried to make a go of it. But I went to college for radio, and that's where I was working. So I was hired by a friend who was a fashion designer to do a fashion show, to host it. And then she said, would you use one of the models as an assistant, somehow incorporate into the magic show? So I said, sure. She went back to the models and asked, and Tessa volunteered. She had just moved to Canada when we were in Toronto. She had just moved there from St. Lucia in the Caribbean.
So I sort of in between, I was supposed to go to university, but a lot of things just didn't come together well. So, as is normal in our family, you have to work. You can't laze around and do nothing. So I was working, I was taking courses, and I met a friend. She was modeling. She goes, hey, you want to do this? I'm like, sure. So I just jumped into it and met the friend that Jeff is referring to, Lisa. And she organized one of the best shows I'd ever worked on, because I did a lot of them. And she was Canadian and up and coming designer. And what was really cool about her is she wanted something to jump out at each show. So she brought up the magician. And Jeff said that she went to the models and asked them. Well, I was just like in the front, I'll do it. I want to do it. I was just really aggressive. And it was really weird because I actually, to that point, my early 20s, I'd never even seen a magic show except for one. But that's another story.
But she was also into palmistry and pendulums and that sort of thing. She was her grandmother was a tea leaf reader, so Tessa kind of grew up with that interest in the islands. And so we did that first show together, and then we got booked soon after. Somebody was there, and they were booking these resorts up at north of Toronto. We have this region called the Muskoka area, and they have family resorts. People go for a week, and every night there's live shows. So we got hired for one of those. And then that same year later, a cruise ship. I mean, things just started for us, but it was always magic. And we weren't a couple. We were just a working team for, I think, maybe 4 years. Yeah. Five. Okay.
Years.
And so we continued to do the magic act on the ships. And at one point we were on for a few years, and we had a break in between, and I visited a friend who I had worked with in radio, and he caught the magic bug because of his association with me, because he knew me, but he was more interested in mentalism. And he looked up, back then we had what was called a Watts line. So we're talking the 1980s, and a Watts line was a North American thing that you could call long distance. You'd buy a chunk per month, and the radio station had this Watts line where he worked at a radio station, and we went to visit him. So he befriended Joseph Dunninger's widow just by making phone calls. And he was invited down to spend time with her. And so he really caught the mentalism bug, but really only as a hobbyist. And he came across an audio tape of a Second Sight, a two-person act, and he let us listen to it while we were on this break in between cruise bookings. And that's where we realized that, hey, this is the perfect act for us. But he didn't want us to do it because he thought maybe he and his wife would do it. They never did. And at one point he said, run with it. We can't, we're not interested. So we picked it up. We studied it on the cruise ships. And we hadn't done it for about 2 years. We were just doing our magic act on the ships. And one night we were going through hurricane remnants. The seas were too rough for any of the normal shows. The dancers couldn't dance, the singers would struggle, and most of the passengers were in their cabins. So in this big showroom of maybe 800 people, we probably had under 100, maybe 150 people at very most who came out for the show that night. But the captain insisted that we did a show that night. So we thought, well, let's break in the mind reading act. We've been rehearsing it on the ship and just, doing some things for the co-workers, other people on the ship. And that night, Tessa had never spoken in a microphone before. I went out on stage first, and I talked her up that this is what she's been doing earlier in the week with these illusions. Tonight would be very different. And when she came out on stage, we did 20 minutes of mind reading, and it just killed. That's all people talked about afterwards. So that was the beginning of the end of the illusions for us.
That's it.
But for years, we combined the two of them. We would do illusions, we'd do the middle part, the mind reading, and then we'd close with illusions. I know mentalists think that that's a no. I would never do it today, but back then, I don't know. What does the audience care? People would still come up. Even after they've seen tests, we did the impalement, impale beyond belief, and metamorphosis, and standard illusions, even doves. After the show, they'd still come up and ask if she could, connect with departed or tell them their future. So it doesn't really matter, I don't think, in the end.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's funny that you talked about the phone call with Dunninger and stuff. Because I had a friend, Henry Mueller. He's passed away now, but he owned
the Houdini Museum, right?
Yeah.
And
that's how he ended up getting all of the Houdini stuff. Was he looked up Dunninger, called, made a couple phone calls, and got a hold of him and said, "Hey, I'm interested in buying all of your stuff." And
wow,
got it all here. And so he's passed away just a couple of years ago now. But yeah, I got to go over to his house and we chatted magic for hours every single week. And I got to go through all the Houdini stuff. And yeah, it was crazy that's kind of back in the day how it worked. Like now it's like if someone had to make a phone call and figure out that, it'd be like, well, can't I just message them on Instagram or something?
Yeah.
Like, what is this? If you were determined back then, it was like, I got to make phone calls and like call an operator and, ask for someone and figure out that kind of the chain of command that way. So
plus back then you didn't have to outbid Copperfield, which today, if
Yeah.
you said anything
definitely puts a monkey wrench in things.
So true.
But my friend, who I won't say names or anything, he's passed away 10 years ago or so. But as it turns out, when he was going down to visit Billy Dunninger, that was her name, she had dementia, and she didn't quite realize a lot of the things that she was apparently giving him, because he would go down and then come back to Canada and he'd have all this memorabilia, some great stuff. One of the things he had was Houdini's diary that nobody even knew existed. Yeah. So a few years later, he moved to the US. And he was struggling. He lived in Phoenix, Arizona. He was struggling for rent money. He sold the Houdini diary to Phil Temple, who was a collector out of Southern California. Phil then sold it later to Dr. Robert Albo, who was another collector, and he paid $20,000 or $22,000 for this diary that my friend had sold for under $1,000. But because of this discovery that nobody knew, it made it into Stan Allen's Inside Magic. Before Magic Magazine, there was a little newsletter that came out monthly called Inside Magic, and that was one of the stories. Houdini's diary, nobody knew. Albo paid $20,000 or whatever it was, $20,000 for it. Well, that caught the attention of Dunninger's daughter.
Yeah,
she saw it and she, wait a minute, that's my dad's. That's in my mom's collection. How did it ever get $20,000 at an auction? Yeah. She called the police in the U.S. The FBI got involved. They paid a friend a visit in Phoenix and said, "You're under investigation." He left. He flew back to Canada, and then the OPP were involved, or the RCMP in Canada were involved in the investigation. He had all kinds of stuff. So it was kind of a shame that I never knew that was his game. But that's
crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. There was one night we did an event, a bar we used to do up in Quebec, on the border of Ontario, Quebec. Ryan, you may know Chapeau, Quebec, up by Penetanguishene.
Penetang, yeah.
Yeah. And
Current Hull, right?
No, so it was owned by the mafia. These guys, do you remember the beer strikes in Ontario, Ryan? Do they still do beer strikes here?
Oh, that was.
I'm not that old, Jeff. No,
what is that?
That was a long time ago.
So Prohibition era kind of things. What is that?
Like that, right?
It kind of was, and I remember two of them. So it's kind of controlled through a special. Back then, you couldn't buy it in stores. You can now, but you had to go to what's called the Brewers Retail, which is the beer store. And they still exist, but nobody else could sell beer. It was very controlled, and they all went on strike. The selling end of things. So bars couldn't have beer. You couldn't buy it, and it had been a month had gone by. Of course, things are getting really dry up here. So. our friends from this bar in Quebec, they rented a big truck and drove to Toronto with a truckload, a cube van full of beer, thinking they're going to sell it to the clubs and the bars. But the bars couldn't buy it
because illegal.
If they're selling beer, then it's obvious illegal.
Yeah.
So they ended up with this beer that they had to take back to their club in Quebec. But they called me to say, hey, we're in town. Can we stop by your place? And I lived in an apartment, and my friend, the Dunninger guy, happened to be visiting. And he had no money, which was kind of the way his life went. So he started talking about, he had some Houdini posters, autographed posters, and this sort of thing. And the guys from the bar had no interest in magic, but they had money. And they said, and they wanted to help him out. So they said, okay, well, show us what you have, and maybe we'll. And he was trying to sell it to them. So he brought out this Houdini poster, autographed, and they said, well, how much do you want for it? They said, no, we'll give you $100. $150 is what they ended up negotiating.
Yeah.
So they gave him the cash, $150. He handed them the poster. They folded it up as small as they could, and he stuck it in his front pocket of jeans. The guy that bought it. No interest in that.
Yeah.
That's where some of the stuff ended up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Gosh.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It was funny because you guys have already done your first piece of mentalism tonight.
First piece of mentalism right there. Bada bing.
Oh, well, that's.
Yeah, we know you're drinking.
You just have to read his Facebook page, and you got that.
Yeah. And Chris Mayhew is in the room as well, and he said he was going to grab a glass and join Matt as well.
All right. Hey, Chris.
Shout out to Chris.
Yeah.
So, but
you're making some really good connections.
Not only read one person's mind, you've influenced another's decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, very positive influence.
Yes.
It's a prediction.
We had the great pleasure of working with Chris Mayhew doing some of our videos for our virtual shows and promotions. It was really cool working with him.
So talented.
It was awesome.
Chris is great. Yeah,
he's an awesome guy. Chris has done some stuff with me in the past, and we went over to States and filmed some stuff, and he's always so much fun. So
great, dude.
But I did see Matt DeCero had a question.
Boy.
Yeah, but I think it's actually
a very good question. It's a very good question. Yeah.
So he says creating material as a double act is very specific skill that you've mastered. Would either of you want to work as a single act even once, or is the team the only thing you'd ever want?
Well, I hope that's not a prediction, Matt.
You know something we don't know what's going on.
Well, we do some stuff. I mean,
I haven't in a long while, though.
But you still do. There's routines where, like, I'm thinking if we do a pendulum routine where Tessa takes over and I'm kind of out of the picture because I have other things to do. Where I mean, whether or not you would ever do a single mentalism act, that's
no. I mean, as Jeff said, I've done different effects, and then years ago, when we did a lot of close up or walk around, I did a lot of my own readings for parties, though, and I did a little bit of walk around magic, but very, very limited. So, to me, the teamwork that we do, that's what works the best for me.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to do a single act, but I'm pretty sure because we do enough. There's enough in our show that I do alone in our full show, not our act that everybody's familiar with, but our full show. So I think, I mean, it would be some mentalism and maybe like linking finger rings or spirit slates, what have you. We do a really cool spirit photography piece that's the closer of our college show. That, although even that though, like it's a team thing. So
it's
I
a
don't
team,
know.
but
no, Matt, I'm not interested.
He's trying to steal one of you away.
He's trying to work with this. Matt wants to do mentalism, Matt.
I was going to say Matt's looking for a partner. That's awesome.
So do you feel that hearing about your Second Sight act has reminded me of a friend from Connecticut that I met years ago, and his name's Derek Whitnick, and he basically he has a daughter, and basically since his daughter was born, as he taught her the alphabet, he taught her Second Sight. And they've continued to grow and expand this. And as she's grown up, and I think now she's probably 12 or something, or 13. And now it's just instantaneous to her because she's just kind of bored on stage at this point. She has no thinking to do because just everything's just, she's grown up alongside the alphabet. And I think it's because of the fact that they have that close relationship of, you know, he's raised her, she's his daughter, you know, in the same house, they can practice it all the time. Do you feel like because of the fact that you two are married, that's really allowed you to be able to dive deep on this type of act with Second Sight? Do you think that you would be able to get the act where it is if you didn't have that kind of relationship?
I think that's probably true. I mean, we weren't a couple when we first started, but we had an amazing connection with each other on stage and off stage.
But we were doing Second Sight at that time.
Yeah, we were.
When we first met?
No.
I mean, we weren't a couple.
We weren't married. We weren't a couple. You know, we just when we started. So
wait a sec. We've been a couple ever since we've done Second Sight.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Okay, it's been a long day. What can I say?
It's like remembering the anniversary day.
My story, man. Where was I going now? But I what was your question?
You need to be a couple.
It makes a big difference only because. Here, this is a perfect example of the pandemic, and you know, some people that work together don't live even in the same town together. So yeah, it's a challenge to make it happen, and we can fit anything in at any point and any time. We can adjust our day to accommodate our show. I mean, you know, as an entertainer, so often your show is number one of everything in your life. So it makes a huge difference. It's not impossible to do it otherwise, but yes. I think that really, really helped us. But it wasn't just because we were together, but I think it's our personalities and our sort of obsessive personalities, hence the weed issues. The same thing applies for everything we do.
And also, like, how far do you want to take it? Because there's different levels of these acts. And some of when we first started, we didn't know of anybody else that was out there doing any other acts of our kind. Now, around the same time, there was an act out of Chicago. They're still doing it. Danny and Jan Orleans, wonderful. Glenn Falkenstein and Francis Willard were around, or maybe just after we started, but we didn't know of them. Of course, it's pre-internet, so you couldn't just look up and search for people. It was somebody would tell you about somebody.
I think when we actually got to watch their acts, it was to see them live, and that was the first time we saw each one of them. It was really, really cool.
But I think with Second Sight acts, generally, I think it's probably true to say that the act improves with age. It's the kind of act that you're always learning. You're always getting better, and it doesn't matter. I think in 20 years from now, we'll still be getting better than we are today, and we're a lot better than we were 20 years ago. You know, it's pretty hard for an act that's only been together for 2, 3, 4 years to be great. You can be good, but it's how far do you go? How many levels down do you go? What's the depth of the act?
Yeah.
And
but they also do have the advantage, I think, like in this virtual world, because, you know, we have a lot of deep-seated subconscious ways that we operate and we perform our effects. You know, that was the hardest thing, because now we had to literally conscientize the minute details of what we do, and you know, we no longer thought about those. They were literally a part of us. So no matter, you know, when we go on stage, we have a framework and we have effects we know we're going to do. But I know that I have to pay attention at all times, because if something's happening in that audience, Jeff wants to take it a completely different direction, I just got to flow with him. So I've got to be with him. But a new act that's maybe a few years, maybe it's easier for them to change, because, you know, they don't have to rely on what they've built the foundation of their act on. They can probably make a different transition and get to that place that you need to go to a little faster, or maybe not. I'm just talking out loud. It just made me think about that. The difference
that it could have a benefit or a drawback. You know, you kind of, if you get too locked into doing it a certain way, that when you want to take it a new direction, that you kind of have to kind of stop and, you know, break down that foundation for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what I mean. So yeah.
I think the old show business adage, it takes 40 years to become an overnight success. I think it's very true in our field.
You can practice, but it's really perform, because you have to have all those situations and moments, and you also have to have all those days like I am today. You have to have all those days when you're you don't have a lot of energy, you're lost focus, you're not feeling all the things that can make you be different on stage, and or the audience, the different audiences, you get the different venues, the sound, the lights, whatever is going to be off. You have to be able to work with what that is in the moment and shoot to be the best you can be. And sometimes you're not the best that you want to be, but it's better than you can expect from the audience. They don't know exactly what you're going to do. So so that's leading to another thought is sometimes when we're doing shows and, you feel like you get off shows like, wow, I really screwed that one up. It really didn't go the way we wanted to, but the audience is freaking out about it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what was it about that they loved? And that's kind of cool exploring that. So it's like, okay, well, they're going to go in that direction, or at least now we have another option of how to play that should this similar situation occur again.
Well,
the beauty of mentalism, you can mess up and recover, and maybe it's a totally different direction. You can't always do that with a magic act. If it's meant to go one way, then there's only one outcome. But I think with mentalism, there's lots of different possible outcomes.
And on what Tessa was saying, it's like if sometimes when things don't go exactly as planned, it forces you to be more present with the audience, and then that can sometimes just give a kind of weird connection where they're reacting stronger than you expect to things, even when you're not necessarily feeling like you're in your comfort zone.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
definitely. Well, it actually kind of leads into a question that came up. So, please can we bring that one up, because I thought
from Jolene.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
I was curious about this as well.
Oh, I thought you said Jolene.
Maybe I'm totally butchering the name, but maybe
not.
It's Jolene. Yeah.
What a cool question.
Yeah. So when you guys come across a unique item during a show, do you remember it for the future shows, or disregard it because it's unique and probably won't see it again? And I've actually thought about that question as well. Because I've seen the act a number of times and seen some cool things, and I was like, I wonder if you go backstage after and go, okay, new thing that we need to remember.
Right?
Let's add this in.
So that's
Jeff. Sorry for calling you Jolene, Jeff. Sorry to interrupt.
Wait a minute, that's my name. So the answer is when we come across an item that, if we're only ever going to see it once, then that doesn't hold. But if it's something that we're likely to be able to get this item, absolutely. And, when we first started our act for a number of years, we let the audience determine the outcome of the show. And that's probably necessary for starting out in an act like this. Mm-hmm. You invite people to take things out of their purses or their pockets and hold it up into the air. And whatever you see, you go to the nearest person. But that's usually not the most interesting item. So a pen isn't very interesting to most people. But if somebody's holding up an unusual ID card or
a bullet, how about that?
Yeah, we've had some crazy things over the years, but those are the ones. So. And I can always ask people who has who has a pack of cigarettes, who has and we'll ask for what we want, because it doesn't always matter that she knows what the object is. It's what we're going to do with that object that really matters.
Yeah. So I think that's maybe the most challenging part of getting that unique item. Not so much that we'll probably never ever see it again. So, but when I get that item, it may be in a box for me, and by that I mean that in that moment I have to be able to express what it is without necessarily going, oh, it's a bullet. No. So what I tend to do, because now I'm really trying to figure out what to say, I just let my emotions guide me, and I might slow right down because I need to slow down. And for people, they would expect that you would, or I go, oh my God, something that they know she's getting something. And I'm like, I can't believe what I'm getting. But by that time, I'm beyond knowing that it's a bullet. So I might know why this person has this bullet, or something about them, anything about them. And that in this case, it was a police officer. So I could even just take that away and say, I just feel so much stress, and you running and charging down the road, and your adrenaline's going, all that stuff. And then I can get to the point of like, it's a bullet, but by then I've taken them on a journey that I hope makes sense to that person. And that's the challenging part of doing an item you probably will never see but once in our lifetime, or very seldom. Yeah, but it's fun.
Do you ever get to the point where you're like obviously there's things that instantaneously, right? And it's like, have you ever had it where you start going into details or you're remembering things and then you're like, oh, what was the object again?
Or it's the wrong object.
And then I have to think, what did I just say? Because, I'm talking and thinking something completely different. So sometimes I go, what did I just say? How do I take that from there to there? And then I sometimes go, oh, I'm way off. I don't know. Maybe I was picking up. I'm going to blame it on a person I already worked with or something.
Yeah.
But in that moment, I'm like, oh, okay. So, yeah.
Another beauty of mentalism, if it doesn't work, you can just blame the subject.
Yeah.
Blame them. Why were you thinking that? You're throwing me off.
Yeah, you're not focusing hard enough, or whatever it is you say to them. Yeah.
Subconsciously, you're thinking about something else.
Yeah. And they don't have the microphone. They can't disagree.
Yeah.
No,
do you remember like a specific example, say, of like the last time that you needed to expand your kind of vocabulary, your object? Like, was there a new thing that hit you? And do you remember the most recent thing that you've needed to kind of add to your repertoire?
Sure. The most recent thing. Well, it's going to be an electronics thing because it's changing so fast where people have, but it's been a while since we've done a live show. So it's probably a year. I'm going to say last February perhaps is when, but I can't remember what it was. In the Zoom shows.
What the craziest object was. So we could also get into that.
Oh, the vial, I think, probably.
It's not my favorite story to tell, but I'll tell it. No, this is late night. This is the craziest. Who asked that question? I didn't see the name.
His name is Evil Dan 666.
I'll explain. One of the reasons why he probably doesn't want to say this is in an interview for part of a
TV show.
Show, right? We were just giving all these samples, and we're just talking because we were very comfortable with this person. And when they did the promos, that's the story they picked out of all stories. We're like, why would they make that our promo? Oh no,
because it's a little creepy. But in the moment, it was very powerful.
Yeah,
was that a college or no? It was a theater. The Performing Arts Center in a university, but it was for the public. And she had a vial around her neck, and it was a gold chain, a clear glass vial with a liquid inside the vial. And she held it up. And it turns out that the liquid belonged to her boyfriend. It came from...
Gotcha.
It was her boyfriend's DNA. Let's just put it that
he's
way.
being more cautious now. That other story, he said exactly what everything was, and so and that was the clip, like a 10-second. And so this woman held up a vial, and it had her boyfriends, and on and went. I was like,
and I said her boyfriend's semen inside the vial,
and that was the clip they put up about us as a second sight ad. We're like, what?
What?
But that's one of the more outrageous ones. There's been, we've had a few really crazy things. Yeah. The bullet test says it was dislodged from a police officer's leg, and he held that up.
I was trying to think I can't remember, because sometimes I don't remember the items per se, because it's about the story and the person. And what really hits me is when it was the Capitol Theater. I'm blanking on this town, Jeff. Help me.
Well, I think it was Brantford. Oh, up north. Oh, Capitol Theater, North Bay.
North Bay. Thank you, in North Bay in Canada. And it was this woman who held up an item, whatever it was. But what was important for her is that I revealed who it belonged to and why she held it up. And once I realized what it was,
that was crazy.
I was like, oh my God. I was like, where are we going to go from here? I hope she's going to be okay. And whatever it was she had was from her son. He was about 23 years old. And he had committed suicide just within that month. Yeah. And it was just the craziest, most emotional experience we ever had.
Everybody in the audience was crying in tears. But it was a good moment. She wanted it to go that way, and it did. And then, thankfully, she was saying this is the most healing thing, and, making these great remarks. So to show the power behind that kind of thing takes the right person to deal with it, though. And I think for mentalism, I think it's great for a woman to be the part of the medium, because there's that woman's intuition involved. And I think that somebody like Tessa, she has so much empathy just in regular daily life that she's probably comes from your mom. And it's just, like that a lot too. It's just, she can really connect with people. And that's the experience that they that they talk about the most is how much they were able to connect and how healing that was. Even if it's, I mean, our show isn't based upon that kind of thing. We're here to amaze and amuse. I mean, the most, you know, it's entertainment number one for us. And then after that comes the wonder, the mystery, and the, you know, the all the other things that can go with a mental Zoom act. But, you know, we work in so many different markets, corporate and cruise ships and fairs and colleges, that it's mainly it's entertainment. And but they do get that just instinctively from Tessa. So it's really great.
Yeah. I don't think we really told that story because it's like, you don't know how dark it's going to get. And so I just thought, oh, let's just not touch base on that one. But
the ship, I would say, the guy in the ship too. Do you remember the guy? We talked about it just the other day.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness.
We were working on a ship that had on each side of the there was a balcony.
I just have to say that was one of those moments in the show that I couldn't wait till the end of the show to find out what on earth was happening.
Oh, North Bay.
No, the one you're about to tell. The one you're about to tell.
It was a ship where, balcony out into the audience. You couldn't get up to the balcony unless you went outside the theater, and then you could go up to the second level. Or on either side of the stage, they had spiral staircases going up. Halfway up the spiral staircase, there was a bit of a landing where you could stand there if you were waiting for somebody, and then continue your journey up or down. Normally, we don't get the upstairs involved in a lot of the second sight act because I can't run up there. So somebody will hold up something to start off and she'll guess it, but that's about it. This show, as always, we would invite people, if they had something up in the balcony, come down and meet me halfway on these stairs on the landing, and we'll try to get to you. So there was a man on the halfway level of the staircase. I saw him. I said, I'll get up to you in a moment, sir. I'm just going to finish up with a couple of people. Stay where you are, but don't show your object. Keep it in your pocket.
And that's a good cue for me to know that once he's going, that I'm going to have to fill in that gap because I got to get up those stairs and he's going to be maybe puffed up and he's going to get it all set up. So it's got to be a different transition.
Bit of a commitment. By the time I'm up that staircase, the follow spots are on me and they're on the man. And he hands me a card that says, I have a terminal illness, do not resuscitate. So how am I going to do anything with that?
Yeah, we could have done it. We could have done it, reviewed it.
We can do anything. For entertainment purposes, we're taking the air out of the room. So meanwhile, Tessa's trying to fill time because she knows that I'm not ready yet.
And longer.
And I said to the man, I'm sorry, I can't do this. But whatever his illness was, he couldn't speak. He didn't have a voice. So he didn't have any way. He just kept pointing to this card. And on that particular week, it was a Holland America cruise line, but there was 100 or so Canadians, as we had every week. They would do a tour down there. And a lot of Quebecers spoke French that week. So I just faked it because he couldn't respond verbally. I just said, I'm so sorry, sir. I don't speak French. So we'll go to somebody else. And I left him up there.
And of course, the spotlight's off of him now. So he's, he has enough light to walk up the stairs, but he's not focused on. So you take it away.
Oh my God.
So what else can you do? I mean, it was
that's crazy.
It was pretty
a tough one for sure.
Very tough. But after the show, we met him after the show. After the show, we always, go off stage and meet people. Either it's preset or we'll see them and chatted with them and did a demo with them. And that always heals things. If you can't do it in the audience, we'll get them after, right? Depending on the situation. So.
He wasn't sad. When we saw him on the ship and on the tenders going into ports, he was showing that card to everybody. So he was so proud of that card. People wanted to know, what did you have? What did you have?
Yeah. Now,
I think it was his wife that was more upset about it, right? Than anything, so.
With the woman that her son committed suicide, do you end the act like after that? Because like obviously you said everybody's bawling, and that's tough to you've dealt with something so emotional, then to go back to how many cigarettes?
I know.
It's like whoa.
We ended the second sight portion at that point because you're right. You have to. You can't continue.
Yeah, you got to come up for air.
Absolutely.
They have to come up. I mean, look, not everybody was bawling, but they all had tears.
Yes.
It was just, even frankly, I had tears, and you probably had tears.
Yes.
It was just one of those moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we ended the second sight. Tessa took her blindfold off, and she had a look at it and said some more things, and then we continue with the show.
Wow. I imagine with your kind of act, people feel a lot more apt to open up and actually reveal more about themselves, and they have less of that kind of distance between you as the entertainer and them. Like that's pretty crazy that they were willing to be so honest and share really personal things like that.
I think it's so true, and it's interesting because it's like it's been like that forever. So it's like before social media, where everybody says everything about themselves, that was happening in our show, and that's a good thing about Jeff, that he can connect with them and kind of control where it may go, but sometimes it goes out of hand. But I think, people want to be heard, and they want to share this element. And part of it is because they really believe in it, but some of it's not even just because they believe in psychic phenomena. It's just that now everybody else is going to know, because we let them know this is not about us, really about you. So everybody that we connect with, now everyone is going to know that piece of information or that experience about them, and it's really cool. Even after the show, it's amazing how they all start to chit chat and reconnect with each other, or connect in a way that they've never had before. So it's really, really powerful.
And we don't push belief. It's not like we're asking you, and we do the disclaimers, we do all that stuff. It's just it can be either it's set up. Either in their minds, either it's set up, which it isn't, and they soon discover at a corporate event, what have you, when they know each other, or even in a theater. Let's say it's at the Magic Castle, they're talking to each other. Did you know her? Have you met them before? And so, or it's electronics, but then how? It still wouldn't make sense. So, not that they believe in it. Frankly, I'd rather they. I'm not saying I don't want them to believe, but we're playing the fence. We don't push it either way. We're just doing what we do. We're saying it's for entertainment, but we leave it up to them.
I think it's really during the show, we absolutely want them to believe. It's like anything. If you're reading a book, if you're watching a movie, hopefully you really disconnect and you fall in. At least that's how I watch movies. It's like I'm not in my body anymore. I'm in the movie. I'm just really connected. And we want people to feel that. So we have to go to this place. And I always used to think that I'm safe. I'm on stage. The word stage, hello, stage is entertainment. So therefore, I don't have to say that I'm not real or this is not real. But I think after really was when we started doing colleges that we realized, not just because their minds are vulnerable, but also because the advisors, they're responsible for these students. And after our show, the talk is just like non-ending for weeks after. And they needed something to grab onto so that they could sort of break it down just a little bit so that those students don't stay too vulnerable. I mean, you can't prevent it totally, but it really helped them to say to them, remember what they said in the show, and we give them a quote of our disclaimer so that they could actually use that. And sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't. Because if you believe, you believe. If you have an experience, that can change you from being completely skeptical to a believer. But we try to encourage people, just because you saw this amazing stuff in the show, remember, reality can be quite different. So you don't know us. You don't know what we're capable of.
Also, colleges, I mean, you say it's entertainment, and it should be that way. But for colleges, it's the activities, student activities department will bring us in. But it's at a school. It's at a place of higher learning. And so sometimes I'm not sure that the students realize there's show and there's content, there's actual educational content, and maybe we cross over because they get lectures sometimes, they get shows, they get comedians, they get speakers. So where do we fall? For sure. We tell them it's entertainment, and we give that disclaimer. They'll promote beforehand. It happens at colleges all the time. We say there's nothing set up, nothing prearranged, and no electronics, and they'll pay $100,000 to anybody who proves otherwise. At colleges, 9 times out of 10, by the time that makes the website or the invitations or the posters around campus, it's if anybody can prove this is fake, there's $100,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So they've totally reworded what our materials say.
So we make sure it's always front and center on our website. So we sort of have the place of proof, so we can this is what this means.
Yeah, for sure. That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, I mean, I have a ton more questions I can ask you guys, but we always like to do something in the show. And Blaze, do you think it's time for it?
Yeah, I think that it's time that we get to know them a little bit. I think we might need to modify the format a little bit, but I think
I was going to say,
God,
Do we need our face shield or something to protect ourselves?
Can we take a break? Oh,
it's time for 20 questions.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So usually we do 2 minutes, and you have to answer as many questions as you can. We'll ask the questions, but it's a rapid fire question.
There's two of you, so
there's 2 of you.
Yes.
So
do we give one answer or do we do 4 minutes?
I'm thinking we may go 4 minutes and go back to back.
I think we should. I think we should do 4 minutes and get an answer from both.
Yeah,
At
because
the same, we have to answer together. Otherwise, somebody has too long. Or how does this work? What kind of question?
So we're going to ask a question. We'll extend the time for the segment, but you both have to answer, and then we'll just keep rapid firing questions. So,
okay, what kind of questions are these?
What was in the vial?
We'll see. No. It was actually in the non-existent package we sent you before.
Yeah.
So let's get this going. 4 minutes on the clock. And Ryan, you ready with question 1? 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Favorite color?
Aqua.
Red.
Biggest pet peeve?
Anybody touching my belly button?
People throwing things out the window of their car.
Where did you grow up?
Me, Cornwall, Ontario.
England, St. Lucia, Grenada, Canada. Yeah.
What always makes you laugh?
Wow.
I'll say Matt King and Jeff Hobson. Always make me laugh. There's 2.
Jeff singing.
Secret talent.
Oh.
I can crack eggs with one hand.
Yeah, you can.
I'm pretty good at that. Having worked at McDonald's for many, many years.
I can do 3 things at once. You know, I can say something, think something else, and write something completely different down at the same time.
I cannot do that. What is the first time you ever saw a magic trick?
Ed Sullivan Show is my first memory when I was a little kid, black and white TV. Okay, yeah.
Okay, when I was about 8 years old in St. Lucia, somebody from St. Lucia went to the U.S., brought back some videotapes, as they always do, and they play it on the public station, and it was Mark Wilson doing Backstage Illusion. That's right.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Fly, for sure.
Oh. Heal.
What is your
heal people?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. What is your dream performance venue?
I think we've already played it. Yeah. For me, it's the Palace at the Magic Castle. It's fantastic. Palace of Mystery. Sorry,
I just blanked on the name. I was thinking of England Blackpool. Oh,
the Opera House.
Opera House. Yes, fantastic. We did that.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
Shut
up. Most cherished memory.
For what? Magic or just memory?
In general.
We used to live on our sailboat and cruise in the Bahamas, and that's my favorite memory of all.
When Jeff surprised me and got on his knees and proposed marriage.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can we take a break?
What's your favorite food?
Favorite what?
Food.
Avocado.
Really?
No, it's not my favorite food. I just like it a lot.
French fries. Yeah, I love them. Sorry.
I have so many favorite foods. Okay, I'm going to change mine. Oh my God, how could I say this? Cake.
Yeah.
Really. I just don't like to think about it.
Oh, okay. If we can do desserts, I'm just going butter.
No.
Butter tarts. Butter tarts.
No. Favorite is cake. Go.
Favorite movie.
Oh, Nightmare Alley. No question. Nightmare Alley.
Shall We Dance? Fred Astaire, Ginger Rogers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What is your favorite pizza topping?
Green olives.
Cheese.
Well, that's okay.
No, because
not necessarily a topping, but we'll move on.
Cheese a lot because he's
yeah. So favorite magician.
Like living or dead? Anything?
Or dead, yeah.
My first mentor, Bernard Reed. What about you?
Magic. David Copperfield.
Nice.
If you won the lottery, what's the first thing you'd buy?
A boat.
A Mercedes-Benz.
Ooh.
I've always wanted one.
What's your most highly recommended magic product or book?
I'm just going to go with Tarbell because it's so fantastic.
Thank you, Tarbell.
All right, and favorite TV show?
Well, I don't watch a lot of TV. We're watching a good one right now called The Sinner on Netflix.
Well,
Loving
that's
it.
more movie and TV, I suppose.
Sorry.
All right. That was
I don't know.
4 minutes.
And how many? Did we have a lot lot more questions to get
You
through?
guys did pretty well. You made it through 16 questions. Most
through
people
16.
get through 15.
Yeah.
We've only had one guy who got to 18, I think. And that
But there's
Wow.
two of us, so yeah.
that was the prince. Yeah. So,
What did we miss? What are the ones we missed?
Pretty far.
um,
Let's see. We have guilty pleasure.
guilty pleasure.
Cake.
If you had one wish, what would you wish for?
Oh,
Good health.
And
a
then,
whole ton of money.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we had favorite toy growing up.
My doll, my ballerina doll, because that's what I want it to be. Yep.
Ooh. Probably a magic kit. First magic kit was my favorite.
Nice.
And our last one is a favorite sports team.
I'm not into sports. You're asking the wrong guy.
That's why we put that in there.
You just do this for magicians because you know. Yeah.
I will say we've never gotten to that question on the show. So
When I just read that one, I went, "Why do we have that one in there?"
we have that one. We really should change it. You know.
Yeah.
We should swap it out.
I think we should put it in earlier. Just watch the break.
Yeah. We just never get past that question.
You only ever watch sports in the playoffs, and if it's hyped in the news enough for us to go, oh, let's watch that.
I mean, as fellow Canadians, you got to say like the Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's why I said
that's the easy answer.
Yeah.
Right?
We got into doing halftime shows, and I love basketball.
Yeah.
Now, just because I never watched a basketball game, but having sat there for so many now, I love it.
Yeah, nice. That's awesome. Well, let's see if is there any other questions that came in?
Yeah.
If not, I've got a couple that I would love to ask as well. But Blaze, do you have any questions?
I do have a question. Yeah. So I have a few friends that they have this group called Four Suits Magic, Jackson and Zach, and they're really great magicians. And I helped them. I consulted on a show that they did a few years ago that was a seance style show. And so it was very different because the reactions were totally different because it was obviously it was put on by magicians and they're saying that they're magicians, but it was presented in a very kind of serious manner. So it was much more kind of just gasps around this table rather than, the kind of applause and things. But since then, they've done a few gigs where they've been booked alongside people that do claim that what they're doing is real, that are mediums or psychics and things. And I was wondering if you two have ever been in a gig situation where you've been booked alongside people that are mediums or psychics, and how that interaction has been, if that's happened.
Powers of the Paranormal TV show. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that was a TV show.
There was a lot of them.
That.
Yeah,
and that was with. For the most part, those were all shut eyes or real psychics.
James Van Praagh.
Yeah. Uri Geller was on it.
Yeah.
But
who was the other guy who did the remote viewing?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's a while ago. It was on Fox back in the, I guess, early 2000s. But Joe McGonigal, I think his name was, or he did remote viewing. But then we used to do psychic fairs as well.
Yes, that's true.
When we were beginning, we looked for anything, anywhere that we could do our show, and you have to work as much as possible. And so that's the beauty of these guys now with Zoom. They can pretty much go on and do a show anytime. But back then you kind of had to go through the booking procedure and get booked somewhere. Yeah. So one of the things we did was psychic fairs there, and then we would always try to get on the main stage. Typically in the main stage, it would be somebody doing readings or trying to sell whatever they were selling in their psychic booth afterwards. But we just wanted to go do our show. So we had a lot of shut eyes there. I think we're going to be, our first show back is in July.
Live show.
A live show, our first live show. We're booked in July at Lilydale. And I can't wait to do this show. Do you guys know what Lilydale is?
No.
There was a
Gotta look it up.
special
It's really cool.
HBO. There was a book that came out, and then HBO did a documentary on it, and it's beautiful. I'd highly recommend it. It was called "No One Dies in Lilydale." Lilydale is a little private, incorporated community up in the mountains, just outside, about an hour out of Buffalo, New York. Lilydale, New York is the name of the town, but everybody who lives there, and there's, I'm going to guess, well, under 100 people. I don't know how many homes. They're beautiful old little Victorian style homes. Every home in this community has a little white picket fence with flowers. It's gorgeous, but everyone is a psychic in this town. And so people come from all over the world.
Yeah, it really says Western New York's
Yeah.
home for mediumship and spiritual healing since 1879.
Yes. Everything you can imagine happens there.
It is just we went once. The Fox sisters. If you're into seance and spiritualism, then that goes back. The Fox sisters out of upstate New York, they started this. And but they were in another town, although they moved the Fox Sisters farmhouse to Lilydale, New York. It burned down, but they still have special grounds. It's just everything psychic here. And we were working at a club in Mexico 2 years ago, and somebody came in, and they happened to be in the audience, and they were on the board of directors from Lilydale. And he asked, they got our contact information and booked us from there.
You just never know where you get your gigs from, right?
Exactly.
So I don't know what to expect there. We're just doing a show, but I'm sure it'll be be lots of fun.
We'll temper it a little bit, We always go, who's our audience, and we're going to adapt our show just a little bit more for that specific audience, whoever they are out there. If they're,
wow. That's interesting, because I know when we've gone out for dinner, you guys have talked about playing around at psychic fairs and, Tessa, what am I holding and stuff and doing it and freaking psychics out. I remember doing a psychic. There was this famous psychic in Canada, and she was retiring, and it was like her 60th birthday. And I went and did it. And I'm holding an envelope in the show, like talking about this envelope, and I'm doing this routine with her. And I'm like, hang on a second, you're psychic. Shouldn't you be able to, it got to the end, and she's like incredibly amazed by everything, freaking out. And I'm like, but didn't you already know that this was going to happen? Like, what was in this envelope?
Yeah. Well,
does that just bust the bubble at that point? So that would be interesting, performing at Lilydale with a room of psychics.
We're friendly with them. We never get combative with them because we have a connection. If we go back in our past, and there's convergences, and we mix techniques in a lot of ways. And I just really feel when it comes to that kind of thing, it's to each their own. Yeah,
I think also a lot of them have different abilities. So no matter what you do, they think you're doing it differently or a different style. So
but it depends on what's in your heart. I think when it comes right down to it, if it's I'm seeing more and more now magicians who are, and then they cross to mentalism, and whether it's from a lack of ability on stage or performance chops or what have you, they seem to gravitate toward the speaking to the dead. And that bothers me. I'm not bothered by any mentalist who doesn't give a disclaimer, for example. That stuff doesn't concern me. It's on stage, and I just feel that because of the nature we're in show business. But that when you stop telling them that it's a show, and when you imply that this is something other than a show, I think it's very you're walking on treading on thin ice. I just think that, but I'm seeing more and more. I think that speaking to the dead, it's people grieving, and I think that you have to show a little more respect there and not think about how easy they are to
feels a bit emotionally manipulative when someone's already in a very kind of delicate state,
Yeah, but if they believe that we'll go back to Lilydale, where there's a lot of mediums there, and we've been there before just as tourists, spent a day. That's all. I mean, they believe that I think I don't think that.
Well, we don't
most of
everyone,
who knows what's somebody's heart, but
but I think some of them really do believe.
But a real shut-eye truly believes that they can connect with some other higher spirit. So I don't have a problem with that. That's what they believe. So yeah, for us, I mean, I can't even remember. Was there a question?
Well, no, I think it's an interesting conversation topic. Have you ever had a conversation with somebody that claims that everything they're doing is real or really believes in what they're doing, and then ever had that conversation start getting into methodology or anything like that?
Well, I remember at the psychic fair in Toronto. So, but the first show, there used to be a guy, his name was Donald Nussbaum, and he was the guy who started what was known as the ESP Expos in Canada. And he had Vancouver, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, right across Canada. And he became a friend because he was a photographer as well. And he hired us to do just act as models. We were working on cruise ships. And so he became a friend of ours, but he was a promoter. He wasn't into the psychic world. He just realized this was a popular thing for consumers, and he started these shows.
He did a really good job with it.
And I remember after we did the show, there were some, and they were true gypsies. They were the kind of, Miss Tina with her sign out.
Tina and Miss Gina.
Exactly, Miss Tina, that was her name. And they came to us afterwards and wanted us to work with them and told us how much money we could make. And we just kind of played dumb, to the fact that, well, we just do this. It's a show, but how would you make money in it in this sense? Mm-hmm. And they started talking about what we know now as the gypsy switch, but how you could, say somebody is cursed and they have to bring you the money and you bless it, and how it all works in the egg, and how you could do with the egg and get an egg that's going to have some blood inside, or maybe the embryo, and you switch out an egg for one of these and crack it in a bowl, and there's proof that is the evil
do have
spirit.
A curse, yes, or it's being removed from you, just either way.
Yeah. So they explained a lot to us, and that really bothered me. It still bothers me because clearly that's a whole different level of the psychic
but
world.
There were people that we thought really believed in what they were doing, only because I think what we find over time is that the longer someone does it, or if they start when they're really young, it becomes a part of who they are. So they think it's real. I mean, I think
did they? They didn't.
I don't know. I don't know that they did. They didn't, but a part of them, I think, does, because you just lock into that thought process. I
suppose.
And you live that lie, or you live that side of yourself, and I think if you do readings, if you do anything that's psychic in nature in the mentalism realm, you'll find that you have a lot of hits. In certain situations, your intuition starts to kick in. You no longer realize that you notice something consciously about a person, or you just have a feeling and you can follow it through. And also, it depends on how you phrase your sentences. It depends on how the person reacts. You can take that moment and bounce off and make it even a bigger moment than it was to begin with. So if you have those experiences, I think a lot of people start off and think, well, I on this plane, I have this ability. I'm psychic in this plane. So,
and on that point, Jeff was mentioning that, Tessa, you had at least in your family history prior to getting into magic, you had people that were interested in like tea leaf reading and things that are kind of in that realm of spirituality. So like, have you seen, examples of it where it's not necessarily done in a way that has any kind of malicious, intent or impact on people? That's just kind of a positive thing, even though it might not necessarily be, presented as like, this is a show, this is fake.
Well, I think first of all, a lot of people who do it with any seriousness of it and belief in it, I think there's a lot of people doing that without malicious intent. They really do want to help people, and a lot of them, they don't really make a lot of money. They're not like the superstars you see on TV, and they're cashing in because they know how to do that. The average person is just making an average amount of money. But I think for me, the impact in the Caribbean is that you would still have a lot of women that were very connected to the earth. And, here when we were pulling out our dandelion weeds, and then we were talking about, here everybody's spraying them and getting rid of them. Of course, we know that they feed the bees, but we can eat them. And so I was walking through Canada years ago with a friend of mine, my friend's mother, who came up for a visit St. Lucia. And she's like, this is what annoys me. She starts viewing what everything was for and how you use it to heal yourself and all those sort of things. So they're connected to the earth. They trust their instinct also. And I think they just live by it. So I've had those experiences with them, and, I didn't learn tea leaves because I didn't have that interest at the time, but I was encouraged to trust my instincts and to listen to my dreams. And I don't mean follow your dreams. I mean, I had a dream. What does it mean? Or what do you think it means? So it's all those sort of things that help me to develop. Things that I do for entertainment, for shows and parties. Well, a lot of that is a learned skill. You know, a good part of this that anybody could learn to do. And then, of course, you just, you know, infuse some of who you are.
Many people don't because it's so hard, especially when it comes to the level you guys do.
Well, I think also it's a lot of responsibility when you pull out those tarot cards, when you start doing palmistry, when you start doing anything that direct, you know, there is that responsibility, not just of a self-fulfilling prophecy for that person, but that they believe that you really can see and you can know everything that you're saying, and they take it very seriously. So I think, you know, if you can't handle that pressure, I wouldn't even touch it.
No.
Yeah.
The tea leaf reading is pretty gentle too. My first tea leaf reader, probably the only tea leaf reader I've ever met, and I had a reading, was when I was maybe 10 or 12 years old at our church. It was a bazaar that they were doing to raise money, and they had a woman in a little tent reading tea leaves in a styrofoam cup. So yeah,
it's interesting you're saying about church, because, you know, I was brought up Catholic, and it always amazed me, but especially in the Caribbean, there's such an influx of, you know, St. Lucia it wasn't really voodoo. There was obia, which is sort of like a voodoo, but, you know, in a positive plane, and it all melded together. So it would seem strange if you're religious and you're Christian, that on the other hand, we're going to have a psychic come in. It's like, wait a minute, I thought God was the one that, you know, what's this got to do with it? And that actually influenced me through most of my life, is that religious pressure of what I should believe and not believe. And it took me back to the place when I was really young, and I used to have my own simple childlike beliefs, but I returned to that after a tragedy in my life. I just thought, I just have to be who I am, because if God operated in a way that I was taught, then I'd be going to hell immediately next week. And that's not happening. So it really made me decide that trust my own intuition and follow what really matters to me, and just be a good person as best as I can be. And that's it. So.
Absolutely. Keeping open-mindedness. Yeah.
On a journey where we weren't planning on going.
Are we still on the 20 questions? Are we over that yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get back to pizza toppings if you want to go there. I think this is much more interesting.
But that's a nice thing with Magic After Dark, is like the viewers get to learn so much about the entertainers that, you know, we wouldn't, you know, if they saw you after a show, you know, there's no way that they're going to talk to you about this, you know.
Right.
And most of the time people see you on stage, maybe a couple minutes after, you know, or they read through your website or something like that. Obviously, this information is not there.
Yeah, but some of them get to know some of this because, you know, after our shows, I think we're usually the last people to leave that building, you know, talking to people, you know, after, and not just about the show and their experience and their perception that could influence what we're going to do, but just about life in general and who you are and all that. So it's really, really awesome. Nice. I think that's one of my favorite parts of the whole experience is the after the show. Not that I don't enjoy performing, but the after show is like
a meet and greet at a corporate or at a college. It's very informal, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. And that can easily go another hour.
Yeah, actually, so our strategy is whoever the organizer is, I always say to them, okay, for the after show, when you really want us to leave, come and get us. Come directly. I'll either tell them excuse, or I'm like, just make something up, but you have to extract us out of that crowd or we'll be there for the rest of the night. So.
We have a fire. We need to get out of the building. Let's go. There's no smoke anywhere. No, there's a fire. We're moving. Let's get out.
We got to go.
Now, can we... we've got a couple of other segments in the show that we definitely excited to take you guys through. Absolutely. Because I think this is going to be insane. But obviously, I didn't tell you how long the show was, so we're on tonight for 12 hours. So we'll
get to the next segment in another 3.
Right 4 more hours, and then we can hit segment 2.
We can hit segment 2, yeah.
But is it possible to kind of put you guys on the spot a little bit to maybe perform a little bit, give us a taste of something potentially? I mean, obviously, it would be with me and Blaze. Not obviously, we don't have a live studio audience here or anything.
Yeah,
But I want people to experience what I've experienced. I mean, obviously, we're virtual because it's insane. It's second to none. So not only second sight, it's second.
And I can assure you that we haven't set anything up for anyone that's worried in the audience. We went live right after they jumped in the call. We haven't talked about this.
And this is only for entertainment purposes only. And I think we're far enough in the show. We're about an hour and a half almost into the show. So if people want to see things, they got to watch for a while before they actually see something. So
okay, let's. This was not planned, and normally we'd have some people that we'd be working with if it's a Zoom show. But we're just going to do it with you guys. Although you want to still do your. Why doesn't Tessa go away? She's going to wear this is her blindfold, and she'll wear this. Normally we'd hand this out, and somebody in the audience would feel it, examine it, make sure that it's solid. Let me get this one over here.
I can verify
make sure that it's
watching that I've seen the blindfold. There's no LED screen.
There's nothing like that.
I gotta walk my mic over.
I could do it like this with a bright flashlight. I'll shine it from behind. You can see no light comes through at all. There really is 4 layers and all that stuff. So she'll place it over her eyes.
This is on? Camera?
Okay, I could do that.
I'll just do this easier. So,
goes.
Okay, here I go. Blindfold on.
I'm ready for Blaze to get like mentally destroyed.
I'm so ready.
And I have to do this for those that are watching because people often think, "No, I got it in line." Yeah. Ears. I promise you nothing in my ears. I don't know. They always think I can see through my ears or hear through my ears. And no screens or monitors around. So
yeah, I'm not really set up.
Most people can hear through their ears, but you aren't hearing anything of importance.
So I wish I could show you with the other camera. I'm just not set up because we didn't expect this. Yeah. But normally I'd take my other camera, show around so you could see completely where Tessa is. I mean, I might be able to take this camera here. I don't know. Oh. You guys just have to take our word for it.
We trust you. I mean, for everybody watching, I literally just put them on the spot because I'm excited for it. I mean, this is like, childhood moment. So
if this will even do anything, this camera. So yeah, she's got her shorts on. Wow,
I know. I wanted to stay cool.
Wow, Jessica, we get to see your legs right now.
Nothing around. We just did a show. So yeah, okay, good. I'll come back over to this camera.
Thank you.
I'll do this. Blaze, do you have with you? Let's get something interesting. Do you have any cash, any money, paper money? By any chance?
Yeah.
People don't carry paper money. Yeah. Let's see. Ryan, do you have a mobile phone with you? Do you have a?
I do. Okay.
Okay, so you want to open up your browser, Ryan, and Blaze, just show me, like, if you have a bill, and it could be any denomination, but I just want to know, bring it close and see how the focus is going to be. Are you on automatic focus, or
let me do that?
Are you? How does that even work on yours?
Is that good?
It's hard for me to see. But anyhow, we're going to try. Fold it in half. Fold it in half.
Here.
No, yeah, fold it in half the other way. But take it. Perfect. And then hold it. You could. It's going to be hard with the focus here because of the way. So maybe if you bring it closer to your eyes, and then we'll just focus back on you. Bring the bill back closer to you.
Okay.
And then just focus the whole thing. Perfect. Perfect.
There we are.
Place it between your hands, Blaze. Place it between your hands. The bill, sandwich it between your hands. Excellent. Ryan, have you got your browser open in your phone?
Got it open.
I'm going to ask you to go to a website. This is not an app. This is not a special trick app, and anybody can try this. Go to a website. If you type in Google, random objects.
Okay. So on Google?
If you just go to Google and search for a website, it's called Random Objects.
Okay.
There'll be a number, but I think the first hit should be Random Object Generator or something of that nature.
Random Object Generator,
Yeah, open that up. It really is, and you can do it with random names, random whatever. But let's just try. And so you should get a random object, and you can hit refresh, and all it's doing is pulling in random items.
Yeah. So if anybody at home is trying this or is watching this, you try it yourself, and you'll see it. Maybe that Ryan, you can just call out the random objects that are coming up as you change it.
Yeah, call someone, because if somebody else is doing it at the same time, they're going to get completely different random objects.
I mean, you can show your phone, but sometimes it takes a while to get that to focus. So
yeah, the website is not opening.
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, let me do it on my computer as well.
Well, you don't even have to. Okay, if you could do it on your computer, maybe. I mean, you could just do a real object, but I'm trying to give you, we're limited to so many things in our surroundings. 100%. It isn't like a...
oh, no, here it comes. I've taken it off Wi-Fi, so it should, I was like, okay, got it.
Yeah?
So, yep. So
it's open, and there's like an object. Show everybody just so they see what it is that we're referring to, because you're going to change.
The first one we've got is that guy there.
Yeah, that's not the website I was thinking of, but that's cool. That'll work. Yeah. It tells you, it doesn't show you a photograph, but that's cool. So refresh that and do a different one.
Okay.
Is it a photo or a word?
We have we've got a photo.
All right, show it.
So this might be a hard. Let me switch.
There's nothing there. There's no photo.
There we go.
No, I'm not. Well, you look at it. Go ahead. Okay, you focus on it.
I got it. Yep.
For us, it just looks white.
And you look at different things, but I have to say that at one point I was thinking, you maybe think about your bedroom, you maybe think about resting, about a bed. Did you see that come through? Have you gone past that one?
What was that? Because all we saw was white on the screen.
We got a bed, yeah.
Okay.
It is a bed.
A bed, yeah.
Not so interesting, but
well, it could be, but we won't go
12
there.
hours, so
yeah.
Please go ahead and remember the value of your bill.
Yes.
You notice that it's between your hands, and you're aware that this is not set up.
No, and the thing is, we asked you to grab a bill, which obviously you're going to have a bill that, if the American bill or if Canadian. But usually in our show, we ask people to have bills that from any country around the world, because, a lot of people not traveling yet, but they have traveled over the years. Now, you went on with a small bill, and maybe that's all you had in your wallet, but I'm thinking a $5 bill. True?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's working. And perhaps serial numbers on every bill are different. There's no two in the country the same. Yours is an American bill.
That's for sure. And I sense letters, but ignore the letters. I only want to go right now with the numbers.
So you need to unfold it, but keep that out of the view so that it's not on the camera.
Yeah, and you're just looking at it. So, I think the first number is a 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Then there's a 2.
Yes.
Oh, this is interesting. A 6.
Uh-huh.
I believe a 2.
Yes.
I've got you. Is that 4? 7.
Yes.
I have no idea what this is, but I think that's, an 8.
Yeah.
And then a 1.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can try the letters.
Okay.
I'm not
See
sure.
if she gets to know. How many letters are there, Blaze? Say.
There
3
are...
letters?
Yes. Yes. I don't need to say. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to do these really fast. M-I-A.
Yes. Exactly.
Isn't that called M-I-A?
You should get the whole thing. Just show it to the camera.
Yeah. That's everybody's what?
Cool.
M-I-5-2. Yeah.
Right on.
Perfect. You can take it off.
Okay, I didn't know if we were done with Ryan yet. Thank you so much. All right.
That was awesome.
Oh, it's
great.
Thank you.
So
Cool.
incredible.
And Blaze, I got to go around this way with my cable. Normally when we do this in the show, I say to the person, if I get it right, will you give me the bill? And sometimes they do.
$5, not worth it.
I know it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it.
Well, you have to
I saw your flawless performance. You got that 100 from Teller.
Although, guys, I will tell you, it was $5 American, so Canadian, that's like $800. So that's
There you go.
Walling up north, yeah.
Teller
was
gave
great.
the $100 to Tessa. And what they cut out was that he got down on his knee and he bowed to her properly as he gave her the money. But they cut that part out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Darn it. I was on the Foolish show. For those who don't know.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, cool.
That's
It's our pleasure.
incredible.
Thank you.
You guys are beasts. I like to say the word beast because it is crazy. I mean,
Beauty and the Beast.
So we like to do a segment in the show, and I think that's kind of a perfect segue. After that, I think it's tough to ask a really great question other than this question. So Blaze?
Yeah, and I'll say that we have no control of when it happens, but sometimes it just...
Lasagna! What's your favorite genre of lasagna?
Meat.
Lasagna.
Veggie.
Lasagna.
Plain.
Lasagna.
Saucy.
Lasagna. What's your favorite genre of lasagna?
Yeah!
What are you guys
Oh,
smoking?
yeah. My favorite song. That's my jam.
Did you write that?
I did.
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yes. Tess and
is
Jeff.
the
What is your favorite genre of lasagna?
I don't even know what a genre of lasagna is.
Oh,
Is it-
lasagna genre.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
Genre
Talking
of
about.
lasagna.
Well,
man, I can't do cheese and dairy. So you're speaking to the wrong. I'm going to say
We don't
dairy-free
either.
lasagna.
We don't either. We don't do dairy either.
Both me and
Okay.
Blaze don't do dairy either. So
it actually makes me think for the longest while, we had absolutely no dairy products. And of course, we love cheese. We did. And but I didn't want to have in the house because if it was in the house, he would have some and then he would get sick. So I was okay, no cheese. But then it got to the point I started dreaming of having cheese. So when I went out to shop by myself or something, I just get one of those little mini pizzas and be like, oh my God, it was just great. And then we found a secret that if you get old, which I guess is sharp in the US, old or extra sharp, there's really hardly any lactose in those cheeses, so you can eat that. So, yeah. So once again, we're cheeseaholics.
Nice.
Gotta look into lasagna though.
But if you were to say a favorite genre, this is the most
you still do dairy free.
Well, it has to be dairy-free. Does that even? I don't even know. I do love
yeah.
lasagna. I love it with ricotta cheese in the middle. Got to be ricotta.
Ricotta genre.
Ricotta genre.
Continuing the rhyme.
genre.
We gotta throw that one in the song.
That's in the song now.
I
Ricotta.
don't know.
Yeah, the song is
One day I'll have the courage to play that whole song because it's much longer than we exposed you to. It keeps going.
When I was writing,
And you guys have to be eating those lasagna too.
Yeah.
Add that in.
Yeah, we should do that every time it comes back to us.
You're eating it. That's great.
We both have our vegan lasagnas. Yeah.
Oh God.
That'll be hilarious.
Vegan dairy-free lasagna.
Yeah,
Yes. Or extra sharp.
Or
So
extra sharp.
either ricotta or extra sharp.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although we just found some cool vegan mozzarella that's really good.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wow.
Is it the
Yeah.
Daya
Look
brand
at
or no? It's different.
I didn't know what it was. I think it was
I
up
don't know.
here. There's a President's Choice brand. It's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of a no-name brand, but it's an upper scale.
Do you even have a president in Canada?
Right.
Just an arbitrary
What
president.
president is it then?
I don't think
Right.
Joe Biden was choosing this one. With his favorite mozzarella.
Our president is the guy that makes grocery items over here.
That's right.
That's where the
Dave.
president fits on our scale.
That's his.
Yeah.
That's his
President of
domain.
Loblaws.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
This is my kingdom. Is the dairy aisle.
Yeah.
Look
Oh, we
upon
honor
my
him.
pastures. Yeah.
Everything they make is just amazing.
It really
It's
is.
really good. Yeah.
Nice.
Mm.
Nice.
Mhm.
So, which leads us to the follow-up question:
Oh no.
Oh,
if you were to bake a ricotta lasagna, and if you were to bake a second lasagna and stack the second atop the first, how many lasagna do you have now?
Well,
two? Is this a trick question?
No, this is interesting.
No. I mean, there's two of you, and you both
Oh.
in sync said two, so that's a good answer. We found the majority of people have said that it becomes one giant lasagna the moment you stack them. They become one.
Layers
Well,
of
just more
cheese
layers.
We see,
This
but
is
we're
true.
rare people, so we see, oh, there's a division there, and that's two. Two slices of bread together to make a sandwich. So, it's still one sandwich, but it's two slices of bread. There you go.
Yes.
So,
How
two
many
lasagnas.
layers of a lasagna is possible? I wonder.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's-
Yeah.
Until it's
They're
just
gonna
a
get one of
mess
those
on the floor.
food shows and see what they do, the
Yeah.
competitions.
Last week we got into measuring lasagnas with decks of cards and how many decks of cards it was. For
Oh, that's really cool.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah.
We've gotten some good creative genres in this question, and that's why the question lives on. Is Steve Valentine said his favorite was triangular, was his favorite genre.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've gotten reheated, like microwaved and reheated. That was kind of the worst genre.
I don't know.
At that time.
That was from a fellow
Sorry.
mentalist. That was Colin Cloud, who said that his favorite was microwaved lasagna.
It's always hard and crispy if you do that, isn't it? You got to like it crispy.
Or
Yeah, I know.
chewy,
Yeah.
microwave chewy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have said cold lasagna because I like a lot of cold stuff the next day because I always find it tastes better. So
Mm.
Yeah.
Cold
that's what I
pizza,
should have. So
cold
that's my
spaghetti.
answer now.
Yeah.
Cold.
Cold.
Ricotta and cold.
Ricotta and cold. Huh.
You like everything cold.
Well, no, it's just that I could just take it out of the fridge next day and eat it. But part of that I think is just laziness. I just don't want to do a meal. I don't want to go through. I just want to eat. I'm hungry. Done. So.
Do you like gazpacho, like cold soups?
No, that's
He
one of the
hates
things
them.
I dislike the most. I hope you're probably a gazpacho. What?
No,
what's-
I don't even think that
You are
I've had it before.
gazpacho.
I don't think that I've had it yet. My favorite
Flames
genre
the
of gazpacho. Yeah.
Is vichyssoise? Is that the cold? Is it a potato soup? I'm not even sure what vichyssoise is. Although we had it all the time growing up, and I hated it. Even the dog. The dog would usually take everything I didn't like into the table. Not the cold soup.
See,
Yes,
he knows
that's
it's a great song. Matt. You know it's your favorite song now.
It's coming out
What's
on
your
Apple
favorite
Music soon.
It's just you're obsessive, Matt. That's what it is.
We're gonna hit the Spotify top 50 in no time.
Yeah.
I think if it came out, people would sing it. Like,
We're all
Oh
the way
yeah,
up.
it's kind of catchy.
Well, you could sell T-shirts. At the very least, you should sell T-shirts.
oh, they're coming.
Absolutely.
Oh, are they?
Don't you worry about it. It's
Already
all coming.
handcrafted lasagna merch. Yeah.
Lasagna. So that's awesome.
We appreciate you humoring us
Sharp-
with
Sharp knives to cut the lasagna so you don't make a mess, right?
and sharp cheese within it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sharp cheese with a sharp knife. You
I
know
was just thinking I can use that big chopper. It's
Yeah.
really sharp.
yeah, the paper cutter.
We got into YouTube videos the other night of some older couple.
I can
where
never
were
say. How do you say Azerbaijanis? Oh gosh, I can never say. it.
Azerbaijan?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they have a show. It's so well produced. It's beautiful. But they live out in the country, and they look legit. They look real.
Yeah, they did.
It's this older man and older woman, and a third person, whoever that is, behind the camera. It's just spectacular, and they cook a lot. They go right from killing the animal to the end product. They're cooking over fire. But she has this huge knife that she chops everything up with. This old lady. So today, Tessa was up chopping, and she took out a big, huge
I was like,
rock.
I thought I was using that for this. My
Your
go-to.
role model.
Tessa almost didn't make the show today.
Oh, I used to cut a lot of fingers years ago. I was very sloppy, but I've gotten better. Jeff still says when he says, "Watch your fingers," it's like, I got it. You're supposed to bend your thing and cut it like that.
Just like we need to go on stage tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cut yours out.
Well, I didn't cut myself on stage like somebody did.
Oh,
That
that's
was
way back
huge.
in the day.
Whoa.
Restoring rope, and I almost cut my finger off. We had to end the show there.
Yeah,
That was,
it
oh
was
my
like
gosh.
Yeah.
the blood.
blood.
Oh my gosh.
that was not a
Right.
spike routine, hopefully.
No, it was
Okay.
cut.
Not a spike routine. Have you
It's,
seen the compilations online of the spike routines?
Yeah.
People messing those up on TV.
Yeah. I'm not all that fond of the trick to begin with. If it's, I mean, unless it depends how it's done, but certainly not with the spectator's hand.
It just should be a trick that mentalists don't do on talk shows anymore. Like, you do not want to end up on that compilation. It's like.
I wonder if anybody that hires you or corporation or client, whatever, ever goes, are you doing that spike thing? Not allowed. Don't do it.
Yeah, the crazy, like, I always wonder, like, what that guy's next show was like. Like,
wow.
So you may have seen on the news yesterday, I spiked the woman's hand, but today, new day. Like, do you have to pull it out at that point because you've just spiked, like, to go, oh, that was real. Check this out. We're gonna do it again.
I think the worst. I was gonna say the worst is when they take the participant's hand. And that's happened. It's like, oh, God.
The first time I ever heard it, it was Gary Kurtz. I didn't see it. We weren't in the audience that night. But do you remember, Ryan, A Little Night Magic in Toronto? Do you remember that venue?
Little dinner theater.
It was
really cool.
Dinner theater, downtown Toronto. It ran, I guess, 6 nights a week. And they had a magic show every night. And they would fill that place. It was the longest dinner theater show in Toronto, longest running dinner theater show in Toronto at the time that it closed. And they were in a venue that had 3 levels. And in the middle level, or the top level, one or the other, it was called the Laugh Resort. It was a comedy club. And Gary Kurtz had been up there performing one night, working on new material. And that was the night that it went through his hand, and people just said there was blood everywhere. They never know how to take it at first, do they?
They think it's real and it's real. Funny or Yeah.
Well, I mean, because you're setting it up as like, if this goes wrong, it's going to go through my hand, and then so people just think is this part of it? I mean, this is exactly what he said would happen.
I have a friend who was an escape artist. A magician did some escapes, and he did the straitjacket escape. He did it for not comedy straitjacket. He kind of did it as his closer. It was a big lead up. And while he was struggling to get out of this straitjacket up in Huntsville, north up in the Muskoka region we spoke of earlier, while he was struggling and he'd be on stage, he suffered a heart attack. But the audience did it in the straitjacket. And the audience didn't know. They thought this is all, and they're laughing at him, thinking this is all part of the show, part of his routine, until he started turning pale and blue and what have you. And they rushed up on stage and got him out, took him to the hospital. He lived, but wrong time to have a heart attack.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. Wow. That goes to all the escapologists out there.
Take your baby aspirin before you go.
Make sure you're in good health and stuff before trying it. That's awesome.
I haven't thought of that story in ages. Wow. Yeah, that's the same guy. That's the
same guy with the Dunninger story.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Crazy.
Always stories about him. Endless.
That's awesome. So, obviously you two are married, and I think I've asked you this before, but for everybody else, like, there's got to be times where you guys have an argument or something, or you are potentially. I'm just saying, we're Magic After Dark. You're pissed off at each other. Jeff said he was gonna do something for the last 3 weeks, hasn't done it. The honey-do list has not done anything.
Okay, we have to reverse that.
Yeah, it's the opposite. That's awesome, but
that's great.
Let me just tell you, as we were getting ready, and one of the delays was because I was closing a blind, just something I do habitually in the kitchen, and I went to close it, and the whole thing came down. But I thought, okay, I just wrapped it up, put it aside, and Jeff goes, "What was that?" I was like, "Oh, that was the blind." "Which blind?" "Whatever." And he comes out. I said, "We don't have time. We'll do that after." But no, it's got to be done right now. So off he goes, hold that. I'm like, I'm going to get hot. You know how and then he gets it all fixed. And he goes, "What were you doing?" I'm like, opening the blind. It was like, well, what exactly kind of, I was like, okay. Like, hey, we have to go.
Maybe it's just men in mentalism. We're just it's like, there's a weed on the grass.
Let's do it right now. I can't put it up.
It's so pathetic, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what was
You're
the
not
question?
driving away from this house with a weed on the grass.
Something about arguing. What is the question?
Yeah,
What's
so
the
when
question?
you get on stage, have you ever had a day where you were just like ticked at each other, or for some
Sure,
reason
yeah.
you're arguing? Does that ever affect like the second say, or has it ever? I mean, obviously, I don't want to say does it ever, but has it ever where you were just like, because obviously you could go, where Jeff, you could say, I'm ticked at Tessa, and so I'm going to tell her the wrong information, because it's not going to be me. It's going to be her.
Ever done that?
Right?
Like, I don't think there's ever
And
been.
don't plant a seed like that, Ryan.
Exactly. Thank God.
I have let you struggle.
Oh yes, you have done that. And,
So, like-
and there's ways I can let him know, like I'm having a problem here or here, and he also knows if I really keep talking a long time, like not even say anything important, and it's just like almost go, Jeff, help me here.
She has this thing where she's just developed over the years where she could just talk probably for 10 minutes straight and just make it sound like it's meaningful, but it's really nothing.
No.
And sometimes I'm just interested to see how long she can go.
Just let her keep rolling. She's really crying out for help.
Oh God!
So when it gets to the point where it's no longer entertaining, we'll continue. The show.
That's awesome.
But that's about the worst. Thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you've been running up and down stairs, so sometimes you need to take a breather.
people in the balcony. Beat 'em up.
Everybody. No, I can't remember what might have happened prior, but I know I've gone on stage really irritated, and then I realize I'm not focusing. So it's like a backlash on myself. Like I'm okay after the show, I'm going to tell him this and whatever. And it's like, oh shoot, what just happened there? So, but or I can hear in my voice that I'm. Why are we getting this? Are we getting feedback? Is it just me?
I think it's coming through one of the. But do you guys hear feedback? Or
I hear a little bit of echo.
We continually hear that.
Ryan, do you have headphones? It might be somebody's
me,
speakers.
but
well.
It's all right. I just turned our volume down. It's probably you guys coming back through our speakers maybe, and I'm picking them up.
Yeah, that's what I'll look to see if we had something else set up. But that's what it is. It's just that you get irritated. You can hear your voice, and you know that you're not being your best for the audience. But sometimes the show goes great, and afterwards they'll talk about that moment, something I did, and I thought, oh, well, that inflection helped. Good. So it can be mad at times, but.
In saying that, like I know there's been like when I was doing my residency, I know that there's days where I go to do the show and it's like, oh, the last thing I want to do today is perform. There's something else going on, or I'm missing out on this opportunity because I have to be here and stuff. Is it ever, I mean, obviously with two people, is it good? Does that make it better or worse? Because you can like up the other person and be like, no, come on, Tessa, or come on, Jeff, we got to do this, like, does that ever happen where one of you is just like, I don't want to do this gig today? Like,
often when we're in the college season or touring, or when you're doing a show, getting up, taking a flight, doing it all over again, and you get to the point like that.
Yeah.
But I think that there's some things you can just do on autopilot, right? You could just get out there, and as tired as you are, you're just going through the motions, and hopefully everything's being effective. But it's pretty hard to do that with what we do, because you have to. It's your memory involved. You have to be able to do a little bit of speed reading and really be aware of everything. So those shows, if we let that happen, it's not going to go well for either one of us. Tessa has so much to retain, because we're working one ahead, two ahead sometimes, even three ahead sometimes. So she's always got information to retain, and then there's new information coming at her, and it's just got to put it all together and deliver it in such a way that it's hopefully entertaining. But
and not forget what I was just memorizing, because it does happen sometimes. But I just get calm, and it usually pops back in. But I think we can uplift each other. We can help each other out in that plane.
But there's been some bad shows.
Like, what are you thinking? Well, one of the things we do before the show, if we're feeling really draggy, or, we've had a challenging client or a venue or situation, the setup of the room, is going to make it hard either for Jeff to move around or to control, manage the audience, whatever it is to bring that energy. So we just stand backstage and we go, love my audience, love my audience, love my audience, and just kind of do little jingle things and then whatever. And we end up laughing, and then we get to that place. Not the perfect place, but we're on our way, And then
it's an old Howard Thurston technique.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
And then you feed off the audience. You just hope that's not a night that you get a really terrible heckler. So I was just actually talking the other day.
Heckler? Which one comes to your mind?
No. I was actually thinking of the show we did, The Kids on the Floor, and he was pulling my pants down, right? And it was like, whoa. And I don't know what I said to him because, of course, I was in my head doing it, and I was, I guess, pretty assertive, whatever I said to him. And then after the show, Jeff, that was a little too much. It was, what did I say? And I didn't even know what I said. Yeah. So, anyway.
Because she's blindfolded, and if the kids are on the floor, it was a bar mitzvah that you're talking about.
Yes.
And she was on a platform stage, and I'm out in the audience, and the kids, if you leave them on, with no adults controlling them, and so they think that somehow if they hold something up, she knows, so she'll start.
Or they'll just start talking to me, Tessa, choose me next, whatever. And I'll go, I'll come to you in a minute, whatever. But then one kid wasn't having any, and he just yanked my pants. I grabbed it. Fortunately, my jacket was long enough, and it was just like I had to hold on to my pants for the rest of the spot.
That was our policy. No kids can be on the dance floor. It's not really a kids show, but it's a family show, but kids have to be with the adults. And then we were booked for a series of shows on Disney Cruise Line.
I was just thinking,
and that's back before they had 2 ships at the time, the Wonder and the Magic. And they didn't at that time we were on for 3 and 4 day cruises back to back. And you do the main theater, the big theater, but you would also do a show up in this, it was like a bar with a small platform stage, and people would come in and sit at cocktail rounds. But on the dance floor, they would typically just sit the kids.
Right, because the first show was a family show, and then they had the second show, which was all adults, like 16 and over. So
as they're setting up the room and they're moving all the tables off the dance floor, and we said to whoever was the entertainment person doing that, why are we, what's going with this? Oh, the kids will sit in the floor. And we said, no, that's our agent already made that agreement with the entertainment.
But I think one of his reasons, which is true too, that, he's rushing through the audience. And he's going to step on or knock one over. So that helped, but they were not happy about it.
You said that almost with a certain amount of glee when you said, I'll step on him. I'll step on him. My agent made it very clear. They got to watch out. They're lost.
It's a really good excuse, though, isn't it? Yeah. Anything that you need. If you bring it over to safety, then you'll get your way.
Yeah, that really works well.
Yeah, but Disney stopped after a while. They said, well, it really has to be. We really want the children. So we didn't do a lot with Disney after.
Yeah.
Just as well. Yeah.
I don't think we enjoyed you have to switch the dining rooms. I don't know if you guys have ever done Disney, do the different dining rooms. And then the one that's like the kids theme and everything. And that would be okay, but they're allowed to go crazy. And it's like, on a good day, we can handle it. Other days, no.
We were performing with a juggler, and we were waiting in line to get back on the ship. They were slowly letting people back on from the island, and the ship's whistle went off, did like 3 toots. And the juggler said to a few people around us, "Oh, I guess Cinderella had beans last night," or something to that effect, trying to make it funny. And that was a complaint that went back, and he got fired off the cruise ship for that. So
for saying things about Cinderella.
Gosh, disparaged, besmirched her name.
It's just like, that's a warning for you guys. So.
Oh my
god,
that's crazy. So we do a couple other things. We're about 2 hours in now, so we've got 2 segments left. We usually do back to back. We'll ask the audience again if you guys have any other questions. Matt, Sarah, I think at the end of the episode we should just play Lasagna again, just so Matt hears it.
So he hears it. He's got to hear the song in its entirety.
Yeah, we should. Maybe that's how we should end the episode today, is playing the whole. We've never played the whole song.
We've never played the whole song because I just couldn't. I couldn't bear to have the guest be just bombarded by it.
When I was creating the song, I was like, "This is so perfect," and then played it the first time, and I was like, oh yeah, that sounded like the end of the song. And he's like, no, that's only half the song. I was like, I had forgot that I recorded the whole second half.
Because you kept making up new genres of lasagna and throwing like saucy, and then you started throwing in magician names because you're like, we gotta have some magical genres, and you're like, Houdini lasagna. And we're like, so we've never gotten to Houdini Blaine and any of those.
Oh, but this is all in there.
It's all in there.
Wow,
it's all in there. And I told him, I was like, oh, I should throw in some ad libs. Like I should sing some demos and throw them into the song too. But then I was just like, we're just gonna keep having this monstrosity keep getting longer and longer. I mean, I call it a monstrosity, but it is our baby. Like, I love it just the same.
Wow, you could use it for pre-show music or at the end of your show, just for background music to keep going.
Right, just set the
It's gonna
vibe.
be part of my new show.
the song will live forever. This podcast may die, but that song will
My
live.
new ending of the show prediction is like, what was your favorite genre of lasagna? It doesn't get any better than that. But
I just thought I could have said blue cheese lasagna because
That sounds disgusting.
No, because I only got into blue cheese like the last few years. I always hated, well, just the sight of it made me think, who would eat that? And then I tasted it and was like, wow. So there, see
But how many layers of blue cheese can you deal with?
Well, maybe half of it.
I can dip a couple carrots in some celery, but when I'm talking about stacks,
yeah,
got
that's
a new
true.
equation.
It's pretty gross. Okay,
And speaking
I
of
retract.
equations,
Yeah.
who's ready for the IQ test?
Oh, I'm gonna fail on this.
Is that what you were alluding to, Ryan? Right? You were alluding to.
I do terribly under pressure, but okay.
So we have our first question. If you'd like to kick it off, Ryan.
I would, for the both of you, how do you put a giraffe in a refrigerator?
Sorry, how do you put a draft in a refrigerator?
Giraffe.
Oh,
Not a draft. I don't know.
Head first. You have to go head first, and then you have to
fold
have
the
a
neck
cutout
down?
in the back of the refrigerator. The giraffe is actually going right through the refrigerator.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Right through. Okay. Interesting.
This is the first time where we've had two brains as well. So you guys can.
Oh, that
bounce
doesn't mean
off
it's going to be
each
better.
other. I think it'll be better
I think
regardless
these
of
are
what
riddles.
happens. Right or wrong, it will be better.
Yeah.
So head first was the answer, and
first.
protruding out the back.
Yeah, that's what he said. Right through the refrigerator. That's his answer.
Interesting.
I've got no answer.
Is this a riddle? What is this?
Oh no, there's a correct answer. Correct answer is open the refrigerator, put the giraffe in, and close the door. This question tests whether you're doing simple things in a complicated way. So that's.
So with the two of you, you've only complicated things a little bit worse. Not the worst answer we've had though.
Okay.
No. Aussie said that you needed to kill the giraffe.
Like you need to murder the giraffe and chop it into little pieces and Tetris it back into the fridge.
After he was very fervent about being a vegan earlier in the episode.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No trouble killing a giraffe.
This question is representative of today, right?
What happened?
When we got our mail. Oh my God. It went on.
Was there a
long.
giraffe in your mailbox?
Oh God.
Yeah, how does this even relate to that?
because it's like you're making things complicated. And I made it the whole thing complicated. It was just, he goes, I don't understand. He kept saying, I don't understand what's going on. And I'm like, well, I think it's simple. He says, why do you have to know this now? Because I got to get it organized in my head so I know what to do with it. Oh, it's just like the stupidest thing.
We're having our mail forwarded from the U.S. because it's still being sent to the U.S. So every month, FedEx sends us our mail, and we're supposed to, but every month it's been the same thing. They say it's supposed to arrive last Wednesday, and then by Wednesday it says Thursday. By Thursday it says Friday. But then by Friday it said your mail, your package is undeliverable, can't be found. And we had our IRS
our checks, refund checks, like nice big ones, like
and some important documents.
And we're like, right away we got somebody stole it. That's right.
So I called on Monday. I called FedEx and said, "Hey, it still says this is the third day where it says our mail it's made it to West Virginia, but that's the end of it. It doesn't, you can't. And the guy said, yeah, I've seen this happen many times. Your mail is lost. I'm really sorry to say, you might as well put a claim in because we're not going to be able to recover it. And I said, well, this like it made it there. He said, yeah, it could be, you don't know if it's theft or what have you, but just do whatever you can to get. So now we're thinking we got to call the IRS. We got to call the state of Maryland. We've got to
cancel
call
those checks,
and our social security numbers are in there. So we're making all these calls, canceling the checks. And yesterday, by the end of the day, Tuesday, it was, yeah. Suddenly it's found its way. It's on its way to New Jersey and it arrived today. So then we have to call everybody back to unfreeze those checks. So that's, it's a little bit stressful.
But then, so we get the mail and, now I think what happened to me today, yesterday, last night, I drank a little bit, maybe too much. And I had one, I ate a ton of sugar. So I woke up this morning wired. I was so wired. And then my head is like, now we're going back to the States. And of course we have all these things to do on our way back, etc. And so I'm okay. Is this mail going over here, and this one goes here, and it just I don't know. Well, there's a French word for it that I would say a cluster, and
that's not French.
Bad word French. Everybody knows what I mean. So that's why that question made me think. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. He's like, it's so simple. All we have to do is 1, 2, 3. I'm like, yeah, okay.
All right.
Well, now that you know that about your personality, that leads us to question 2, which is,
how do you put a giraffe into a fridge?
How do you put an elephant into a refrigerator?
You can't put an elephant into a refrigerator.
Any more than a giraffe?
I would probably have said the same thing. You fold the trunk underneath and curl it up in a ball and shove it in.
Something with the trunk. You open the trunk. That's what it is.
You open the trunk. Forcefully?
Open the door, push it in. Don't close the door. You don't have to close the door because the elephant will actually create like an insulation for the refrigerator, so nothing's going to melt in there. That's it. It'll stay cold. That's it. Open the door, shove it in, done. It doesn't have to go in all the way.
So you're saying the elephant is almost like a sponge in that it can compress and expand to fill the gap.
Yeah, well, it's so big and wide that if you push it in, it'll squish in there really tight and create a seal.
But unless it's just a little, like a wood carving elephant, and
which
then
we do have.
Yeah.
And then you just place it in.
Yeah, you just place it in.
Okay.
Interesting.
Totally cheating.
See, well, you guys didn't qualify what kind of elephant, so maybe you should expand on your question.
It is a live elephant. Yes. Now the thing is that now most people after question 1, and this is the fact that you are entertainers, artists, ever creative, made sure to have a creative answer for this one. In thinking of all different aspects, most people after question 1 would say, okay, the answer to question 2 is open the door, put the elephant in, close the door. Right?
Yeah. Well,
but that's incorrect because the correct answer is open the refrigerator, take out the giraffe, put in the elephant, and close the door. This tests your ability to think through the repercussions of your actions.
Oh, that's beautiful. See,
continuity. Yeah.
Continuity. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I fit a lot of stuff in our fridge. Yeah, I know how to juggle
probably
around.
An elephant in there.
Yeah, there probably is. Yeah, yeah. He doesn't handle it well. He goes, "How do I get?" I said, "Step aside. Put that over there. Move that there. Move it there."
So that's awesome. That comes up to question 3.
It's awesome.
The Lion King is hosting an animal conference, and all the animals are there except for one. Which animal does not attend?
The cheetah. For sure.
No cheetah.
No cheetah.
Mm-mm.
It sounds like what is it, the Ben Johnson commercial? Cheetah all the time.
All the time. Is the cheetah just running away? So what is the why isn't the cheetah there?
I just think they find it was boring, and maybe unsafe, and that they'd always have to be watching their back. Because it's lions, for heaven's sake. You can't trust those lions.
Oh, that's true. Lions are there.
Do you have to know the Lion King? I'll be honest, I've never even seen it.
Oh no, you definitely don't have to know the Lion King to know this one.
Hypothetical Lion King.
Hypothetically, all you do have to know is the this quiz. Considering that the correct answer is the elephant. The elephant is still in the refrigerator. This tests your memory.
Which is interesting because the person on the show so far.
Oh my God!
The greatest memory.
Yeah,
the greatest memory. Forgot that they left the elephant in the fridge, high and dry.
Listen, I was talking with Ken Weber one day, and he was blinking, and he goes, "Wow, you are so different from when you've got that blindfold on. It's like you take your brain out." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's true." There's blonde under there.
Yeah, but we saw Ken Weber do his memory act.
Oh, yes. I got that on you, Ken. Actually, he was doing his memory demonstration, and he was setting it up. And at some point, because I used to do that a lot before, but at some point I go, he's talking way too much. He's not going to remember. So I was already memorizing it with him because I like to do that for fun. So I was memorizing. I thought if he comes close to me, I'll whisper it to him in case he forgets it. He forgot a lot of them. And it threw him because, of course, he didn't realize, because sometimes we do that on stage, right? We go off the angle, an effect we're doing, we think we can control it, and we realize you've just totally screwed up what you're doing, and you're not going to be able to pull it back in. So,
all right, we're ready for the next question.
Yes,
we got this one.
Got it.
I'll let you go. Jeff.
Believe in you.
Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, it's all up to you. Do you have to save the?
Oh, wait a minute.
Can't see the question, Blaze.
Yes, so apologies for that. There's a river you must cross, but it is inhabited by crocodiles. How do you solve the problem?
They're
feed the alligators the chopped up giraffe. Thanks to Aussie Win.
That was his answer. He said you go into the fridge, you take out your chopped up giraffe pieces, you get in your boat, and you start throwing the pieces.
I don't know. It's something to do with the elephants.
Well, that's the pattern can't be consistent.
I know.
You take all the stuff that you took out of the refrigerator and put the elephant in, and you throw that to the crocodiles. I don't know. Is there
whatever you feel is your definitive, final answer? We can lock in.
All right.
Yeah. Well, there's a river you must cross.
Must cross. Why do I have to cross it?
Because you must.
Who's going to make me cross it? You know who you're talking to? Look at me. My people, when we see things like that, we run the other way. It's only white people in the movies that get killed. We never.
This is some Jordan Peele kind of psychology.
He was a white guy.
This is very true. That's why Get Out's such a good movie, because Jordan Peele was talking about it was like black people in a horror movie would not do any of the stuff white people do.
Oh yeah. I actually lived up to that. One day we were at home, and Jeff went to get a pie. We decided we wanted pie. We were going to eat our pie in our bed watching a movie. Don't ask us why, but we were. So he's gone, and out of the blue, I hear this huge smashing noise, and I think it's way in the front of our apartment is the sliding door. Someone's smashing and they're breaking in. I just get out of that bed, and what you see in the movie, I just went flying as fast as I can out the front door, and I start knocking on everybody's door, but everybody around me is really old. So I go out the front door of the building thinking, what the heck am I going to do? And somebody opens the, Taz, what's going on? And I run up into her apartment, push her in, slam the door, lock it all. She goes, what's going on? Somebody just broke into our place, but it's okay because I got away, so I'm fine. With the remote control still in my hands. And then, of course, we were worried for Jeff. So I kept opening and peeking out for Jeff because we didn't have our cell phones. I didn't take it. And then he comes, I'm like, Jeff. And he goes, what are you doing up there? Come up here. Don't go to the unit. And off he comes. So anyway, it was just kids fooling around. And they broke the window in the bedroom beside us. And we had all our sound gear, our mics. So there's a lot of metal. So the glass against it made it sound like huge glass shattering. Yeah. So I just want you to know, I would not be crossing that river. There's proof of that.
Be crossing that river filled with crocodiles. But there is a Disney Cruise Line gig on the opposite side. Wait, but you guys don't care about Disney anymore. You don't care about Disney anymore. There's a bigger and better gig.
On this Disney cruise, there's no children's shows.
There's no children's show.
We're in.
There's a kids-free gig on the other side of this river.
I still need to know how much it is. Dangle that money in front of me. I'll be coming.
Wait, my superpower is that I can fly. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm
your
flying
superpower is that you can fly. Yeah.
Oh.
And you already have a boat, apparently, because that's what you
we got
chose
the
for
boat.
question.
Yep. We've won the lottery.
But it is inhabited by crocodiles. How do you solve the problem? So is it...
You put them in the fridge.
Put them in the fridge.
So there, that unfortunately is wrong.
Yeah, so the correct answer is you swim across. All the crocodiles are attending the animal conference.
Oh!
I don't like these two questions.
Usually it's way better than this.
No, were you
No, we don't.
particularly good in school, or do you feel like you did well outside of it? Because I've found that most people that get into mentalism are very intelligent, but just weren't necessarily academically like that. That was the thing. I mean, obviously, this isn't like the kind of quiz you get in school, anyways. Like this is a stupid quiz, but. Yeah.
Not academic. I don't think either one of us was.
For a good while, I was always an A student, and then I slid way down.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like smart with other things. Certainly, street smarts and just business smarts and that sort of thing. But school, algebra, all that. Science wasn't really my thing. So yeah.
Yeah.
Hence, I went into radio and television.
I don't think I ever knew that you went into radio. Which, I mean, now that you said it, like when you said it before, I was like, wow, that suits you so well, right? Like I could see Jeff, if he was not into mentalism, being like Casey Kasem, like.
Oh, he was the man.
Yeah.
He was the man. Yeah.
Your character, like I could. Now that you mention that, like I could totally 100% picture you like a radio talk show host and stuff like that, because you're just going so fast throughout the audience and like interacting with people and stuff. But it's, it's always that I'm always in awe when I see you guys perform of like how you're talking, and then how Tessa, like you said, when she's on stage and just talking, and it's like, and you're there going, I wonder how long I can get her to talk for today. But it's always inspired. Like that's the crazy part of it to me, is because like Tessa has such a skill set of doing that, where, Jeff, if you're having a difficult time, she's talking, and like you said, it sounds like she's saying things that are super important. But a lot of you're like, oh, what is she talking about? But it's,
I don't even remember what I say. It just comes out. Some part of my brain goes, oh, open this door, go.
Yeah, but I think it's like the cadence that you say it in. Yeah. Like you have that voice on stage where it sounds like, oh, this, they have to focus in so much.
Yes.
That allows, obviously, Jeff, that allows you to do your stuff during your time. But you two never really like talk over each other and stuff. It's
sometimes.
I mean, yeah, obviously there's times, but it's not like,
it's become it's so back and forth. It's so perfectly. I think it's just become that way over the years. Yeah. But that's our style. There's other styles that other people do it more seriously, or so many different styles over the years. These acts of, and if you look at the number of them in history, there's what's here today was here 100, 200 years ago. It's a lot of it's coming around. Even electronics, even.
Yeah, there was some cool electronics then.
Yeah,
surprisingly.
Yeah,
there was an act in the 1800s that had a sofa that the woman would come out and sit on the sofa, and the sofa was connected to metal plates, and the metal plates were connected to an induction system, and it was all being redone today by different acts. Yeah,
it's
cool,
crazy. So, if you guys had 3 tips, like if there's someone, because a lot of times we have people watching that are just getting into performing and stuff like that. If you could give 3 tips, if for someone that's brand new, starting today, wanting to start their career in magic or mentalism, or even a second sight, like let's say there's a new duo or something, what are 3 pieces of advice that you'd give them?
I think I'd say right away, like, don't let your failures doing effect poorly, or just even your whole show just not going well. Don't let that stop you from moving forward and trying to develop an amazing act. If you can get there, you might get there, you might not, but you don't know until you keep trying it out. And if it's something you're so passionate about and you really want to have happen, you'll find a way. It may not be the same if you're looking at an idol, a mentor, and you want to be like them or as good as they are. You may not get there, but being amazing in all the techniques and everything on stage is not always it, because some people are just the right place at the right time, and they may be one of those things. So don't let failure stop you from trying to fulfill that dream that you have, that passion.
I think playing big is important. I think the ability to take a mentalism act that so many people now, that if they're starting it and they're getting into it, or maybe they're doing their first shows ever and it's happening on Zoom, it's going to be a very different experience if you try to then transfer that back to the live. If this is where you're beginning,
that's true.
Now your next step in your path is going live. You have to play, if it's on stage, the ability to play big for a mentalist act, I think is really important, but then also to be able to play small. So find a way to make that happen. It's not always big props. I mean, we don't have any big props, but yet we can play big. And also, I think it's important for the audience to be able to walk away and retell somebody what you did. If they're saying to somebody the next day, well, what did they do?
That's a good point.
If you're routining and the effects involve so many different steps that they don't even really remember. Not only don't they remember your name, but they can't even quite remember what you do. But it was incredible. I can't remember what they did. But the beauty of a Q&A style act or a second sight act is that, well, it's people thought of something and she knew what it was, or
she knew my name, or something like that. Yeah.
So even if it's just an effect that take anybody's effect. Sometimes we watched somebody the other night and it was so many different layers that by the end of the effect, even we were familiar with all of the different effects and techniques all the way. In the end, I didn't even know what the effect was because there were just too many things involved.
Yeah, too convoluted.
Too complicated. And mentalism can or mentalist maybe can. It's not the mentalism that's the problem. It's the performer. I think maybe.
That's a very.
But I think being able to play big and play small, because that opens up so much more in the way of work for you, possibilities for work. If you can work at an NBA halftime show or a big corporate event with a couple of thousand people in the audience, or be able to work in a boardroom situation where there's 15 people around a table, and do essentially the same show. That's going to get a lot more work coming your way. I don't know what else. Take a picture of the mixer every time before you go out.
Oh
when
my
you
God.
do your sound check.
Yes, that's a good one.
When you're doing your sound check, like we have to do sound checks. We don't just walk into like a comic and go 1, 2, we're done.
Sounds good.
Our sound checks typically go maybe 15, 20 minutes if it's a perfect situation. Sometimes an hour if it's like totally not what we asked for.
Or the person is not very good at the sound.
I have seen
You can't take them for the board.
I've seen your sound check a couple times.
Yes.
And sometimes it goes like beautiful. It goes fast. Yeah. It's perfect. And then other times it's just whatever, the dynamics of the room. And then if you're on a corporate event where, all right, we got your sound, and now let's check the next act.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the lines, your settings are going to get changed. So we just take a photo of the board, and then I encourage the operator to do the same. And that way there's no questions afterwards.
Yeah, there's no arguing.
So that's
God, there's so many tips you could give, but I think the other thing to really keep in mind is your promotion. How you're presenting yourself, either your name, your stage name, and maybe this is a two-parter. But the other thing I was thinking of is at the very beginning, build your email list, your social media list, build it from the get-go, like right away, and don't be afraid to ask people. You can ask people to give you a comment about your show. If people liked your show, or they like you, or they see you're young and up and coming, they want to help you, they'll do it. So encourage that after every single show, and gather that information. So I think that's the thing that maybe people feel, okay, I'm practicing and I go on stage and that's it. And I can't tell you how many clients say to us, we can't believe you stayed after the show to talk to people. We've had acts come for you and they pack up and they're gone, right?
Yeah.
But we know we love doing it. And then we know we're going to gather all the things we said before, either what they liked about the show. But yeah, probably going to make contacts, right? For other events. This is the perfect way to do it. So do it. Yeah.
That's really great advice.
And I just thought of this because I saw this. Have an extra microphone. If you're on stage, have a microphone waiting in the lobby. I don't know if I can get this up, but I have a microphone here, a spare lavalier, ready to go. Because if this battery goes out or something happens, I don't want to have to share the one mic like that. So
come on in, baby.
But it's more important on stage.
Yeah.
To have, we always have one waiting in the wings. So when we do a sound check, we check 3 microphones. One of them hardly ever gets used. But those times when it does need to be there, we don't have to interrupt the show. It's just flawless.
It's interesting you're saying that, though. When we first started doing the virtual shows, we I'm just blanking. I'm sorry. Our mic, Yeti mic.
We had a big tabletop Yeti.
But we would have it on Jeff would be at the computer on the table, and I would often be behind him or the side or whatever. And we didn't have all these other cameras, and yet they could still hear me, and I could still hear. There was no problem there. But his point is really good, even for virtual, and that's because I think your mic didn't go out, but we were just so lucky. We finished the show and it was like, wow, it's like he started sounding really weird. And and then sometimes we forget too. Normally we always check our batteries before the show, but the show on Monday, that's one of those days where we're talking about the mail and everything, and we wrapped that up, put our costumes on, got to the computer, got the link on, and went right into the show. Like there was no time to talk about anything because everything was just going crazy. So, and I know you said 3 tips, but that's the other thing is being really.
I told you she'll just talk and talk and talk.
Have that organization list on your phone, on a sheet of paper. I like paper because I can make it really big and I don't have to struggle, but I also have it on my phone. Just so you're really, really ready. Or, you have that set up that you can grab something else, or, sometimes you forget what you're doing next. So, I mean, we're lucky we're 2 people, but whatever it is, anything that can help you be prepared. And I know people just don't like to do that extra work. They just want to have fun. They want to rehearse. They want to do the show. But I guess, the thing about all that stuff, you just have to have the problems often enough. And then you're going to go, okay, I got to change this because, it happens often enough. But,
definitely. I mean, there was definitely some gold nuggets in there.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of gold nuggets up in there.
A lot of gold nuggets.
Game changers.
We hope that people wrote some stuff down there because, I mean, you guys are a wealth of knowledge. You've done so many shows. Probably, I mean, countless. Do you have a number? Do you know?
No idea. Yeah. No idea. We were looking at our calendar today, though. I mean, it's nowhere, these are crazy times. And our calendar is like, wow, what it was. We had to look up something.
Yeah.
Something of where were we August 18th, 2019. And we opened up the calendar today. Man, I mean, it was just, we're every other day, every day. It was just all over. And now we're cutting the lawn and pulling weeds. That's on our to-do list tomorrow.
Bad life. I just feel
Ryan's like, don't diss the lawn.
No, we're going to miss it when it's gone.
This is the life.
My fiance laughs at me every day because the guy next door is retired and the guy across the street is retired. And so every day I'm out doing yard work and stuff. And so we chat. And so now we've started talking about starting like an HOA. And, so we joke around about that.
Don't do that.
Just joke around about it. But we'll be like, the HOA called about your grass. There and stuff. And like, my fiance came home the other day and we're standing in the driveway having a beer and she just starts laughing. She's like, you are like an old retired guy. I'm like, I had a virtual show this morning. I have a virtual show tonight. Cut the lawn and just now enjoying a beer.
Nice.
Yeah, I was vacuuming before we came down to this. I was like, I just want to get that part of stuff done because I know what we're doing tomorrow. And I was like, never before would I do that, all that stuff.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
I figure enjoy it while the time lasts.
Oh, yeah.
Make the best of COVID. Or lockdowns. unless you're in the States, which then it's a free-for-all. You can do whatever you want. So,
Where are you, Blaze? What area are you in?
I'm over in Connecticut right now. I was living in LA the past 3 years, but I just came back and I'm over with my family right now and kind of seeing how things are with reopening. There was a theater that I was performing at over in LA that still hasn't reopened just yet, but things are coming back really fast. I know a few shows in Vegas that are going to 100% capacity now. And I was just there a couple weeks ago. And especially July 1st, I think, 100% capacity for a bunch of the shows. I was just there a week and a half ago in Vegas, and a lot of the shows were open at like 70% capacity. But then the CDC, which is, you guys are kind of both US and Canada, so you know as well. Yeah. But the CDC made their announcement, and then everything changed. So I saw a lot of the releases kind of internal for Vegas casinos, especially at the Cosmopolitan, and then Caesars had a similar announcement with they're not going to ask people at all. They're now not requiring masks anywhere in any of the casinos, and it's just kind of an honor system thing. But they're like, we're not going to walk up to you and see if you're vaccinated, so it's kind of up to you. You're putting yourself at risk now.
Can't wait. Just can't wait. That's great. It's like just doing that spike trick night after night.
Great.
That would be the new code name for them. Oh, there's a spiker right there.
There's a spiker. Yeah.
We did Matt King's show last night, but it was recorded, so it'll be a little
podcast. Don't everybody leave or whatever.
Don't everybody leave. And they're all in Vegas, and so they were talking about how busy it is. It's just the sidewalks are packed, and shows are all coming back. So it's great.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's crazy the fact that it's so different where you guys are right now over in Canada. It's just it's insane. Are you guys still locked down right now in your area? Are you in Ontario?
Yeah, we're in the same area as Ryan, so it's locked down in the whole province. But we had our first vaccine, we'll get our second one. But for us, I don't know. We have no place to go, and I'm not really all that keen on going out yet. Even if we'll get back to the States next week, then we'll get our second shot. But I don't even know. I'm not ready to go back and do the flying and all that stuff just yet. We had COVID and we got it in December.
Oh, that's a recent.
Is that your first or your second?
Just come.
Yeah, I was our first. Did you get two? Did you have two?
Just start glitching.
What's going on?
It's cyborg now.
You had COVID twice?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. He got his shot, and I was asking.
He's showing his shot.
Ryan, Ryan was showing his Band-Aid, and then he started twitching a bit.
You when did you get it? Just today, Ryan?
Just today. I just got my first one today. So.
Oh, cool. And what'd you get?
Did you get the good one or the bad one?
Wow.
Did you get the expensive one or the cheap one?
You had to import that one.
It's hilarious. What I find here is that they don't tell you what you got until after. Like
what?
They didn't do that for me. What are you talking about?
My neighbor got Pfizer. He went in town and got it, and then I drove to the next town because it gave you two options, whether you wanted to get it here or there.
Was this a back alley in your next town? Like where are they not telling you what vaccine?
It was faster for me to go to the next town over to get it because it's like 15-minute drive, and I could get it like in a week or whatever instead of waiting. So I went, I'll go there. It'll be faster to get. So I got Moderna, and he was like, he's like, I got Pfizer. And I was like, oh, well, I didn't even know. Like I saw on the table, the lady had like Moderna thing written, so I could see it there, but it wasn't like they said, oh, you're getting the Moderna shot. Are you okay with that or anything?
Right.
Oh, wow.
And then they just said, we'll email you like your receipt that says that you got vaccinated. So I was like, oh, and so that's where it says Moderna lot number. And I was like, oh, okay. So I did get Moderna. I was like,
that's interesting because I know that a friend of mine, Giselle, she was talking about how there's different. She needed to get Pfizer over Moderna because there are different allergens, and she wasn't able to get that. So the fact that they just kind of didn't tell you is.
He did ask me if I was allergic to a few different things, and I said no, I don't think so.
They told us. when I made my appointment, they said it would be Moderna, but then when I went there, they told me it was Pfizer, but they told me before I got it. So interesting. They're getting tired, man. Everybody's getting tired of this.
Yeah. I got my second Pfizer last week, and I got my second Pfizer, I think, on Friday,
Cool.
and no adverse effects at all.
Oh, yeah,
didn't
cool.
have any side effects at all.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, my arm is killing right now, but
It
other
is.
than that, no, it's not bad actually. If I touch it, obviously I feel it, but
Yeah.
actually,
Ryan, you've also been incoherent for the past 2.5 hours. Just letting
You
you
don't
know.
know it. We didn't want to say anything.
We didn't want to say
A little
anything.
bit.
You've been drooling a little bit. But
You didn't have a beard when we started this show. Look at you're like the bearded lady.
that was the best. Like I was a
I wish I could get that. Where can I get some Moderna?
We're down in the back alley, just in the but it's funny because I was like such a goofball when I went in. So that I go in and they're asking everybody like, "Oh, what time is your appointment at?" Outside. Then I get into the building and the lady, like, obviously there's a guy checking already outside what time your appointment's at because you got to get in line 5 minutes before your shot.
Sure.
Then I get in and they're like, "What time is your appointment at?" So mine was at 1:50 this afternoon, and I go 7:30. The lady had heard like the 4 people ahead of me were all 1:50, 1:50, 1:50. So she goes, "What time is your appointment at?" I go, 7:30.
Get here early.
What? No, it's 1:50. Like the rest of us here in line right now.
That's
the
great.
guy here is already asking. He's not letting anybody line up that is not in this time frame, right?
It goes AM or PM.
Yeah. Isn't that so great about being an entertainer? You can mess with people. Everybody is doing as they're told, but we're not. So throw something in.
I almost ended up doing mentalism while I was getting my shot. The lady was it was a younger girl, and she's like, October 31st. Wow, you're born on Halloween. I was like, yeah, and I do magic too. It's crazy, right? And she's like, what? And like whole conversation, and then she's like, shoot, I gotta give you your shot. Like, so I was like, oh, I could have had a lot of fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, after the shot, you could have these superpowers that you have no idea how you got them.
We've done that before.
Stuff like that. All of a sudden, I'm making things float or something.
Did they make you sit there for 15 minutes after you got your shot?
Yeah.
That would have been the perfect opportunity. The person comes over and they're like, "Oh, you can leave," and you're just like,
"Yeah,
is this supposed to happen?"
We did. I think that you mentioned the messing with the psychics at the psychic fair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So once we drove, we were driving by. There was a town that had a psychic fair, and we were into them. So we thought, let's go see what's happening. And there was a booth, and they had this algae powder mix that you would
like
drink.
Green blue thing.
It's a green algae mix, and they were making all kinds of claims about wellness and how it would affect your mental, your mind, and so I said, well, would it give you? Do you think it would give you a telepathy, but ESP abilities? Yes.
He's talking to me right now. Like, so get ready.
And the woman said, yes, it will. I said, oh, so you could have psychic abilities if you took? Yes, it will do that for you. So I said, Tess, take a sample. She's giving these little samples. Tess drinks one. I said, well, let's give it a try. And she turns around. I say, take out something out of your purse. Or she took a bill out and Tessa recites the serial number. And that was it. I mean, they totally believed that their green algae gave that.
And then people were around like, give me it. I'll take one. I'll take one.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. You should have started selling it yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Could have got our commission on that. But we just thought, no, we just want to create havoc and we're gone. Bye.
That was also Tina the Gypsy, right? Or Gina?
Tina and Gina.
God.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we don't want to probably keep you guys all night. I know it's late where we are because it's almost 1 o'clock. I guess 20 to 20, almost 25 to 1.
We're just starting, aren't we? Come on.
Yeah.
You have to go to
12
sleep
hours.
until
Would you like to talk about more of the hobbies that you've picked up during quarantine, other than weed pulling and cracking eggs with one hand and large knives?
Hobbies? Do we do hobbies? No, we don't do hobbies.
No.
We're just trying to get caught up on all the stuff that we didn't do before. We're not getting caught up.
Yeah.
We're not doing it.
No.
But I guess, you know what? Learning this stuff, learning OBS and all the software and all the crap that we've bought. And then, I've really enjoyed that part of it, though. So maybe that's the hobby. Maybe the hobby is learning different computer skills.
You guys have your own TV production studio right from your house now.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
In our
Yeah.
basement.
Right?
Yeah.
So every single week, we usually wait to do a giveaway till after, like we usually send the guests off and then we do a giveaway with people for anybody that's watching. But it may be fun to do it with them because, you know, I mean, we've had a lot of laughs, I think, tonight. And but we usually ask a question concerning something that happened during the episode. So, Blaze, do you have a question that you're thinking of?
I'm going to think back to our 20 questions. Did you have a question in mind? I'll think to our 20 questions.
This is a question for the viewers, right?
A question for the viewers, yeah. So they can
What,
comment.
are you thinking of something?
It'll be interesting to see if Matt DeCero wins.
What was the serial number on Blaze's bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see who remembers that one.
It's not a bad. That's not a bad question. Obviously, not the number, but the letters.
The letters. What were the letters?
I think the letters were pretty easy. That it was like because it was kind of an interesting letter.
Right.
Double entendre, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think one that people could get would be. So if Jeff won the lottery, what did he say that he would buy?
Yeah, that's it. That's a pretty easy one. So if you know the answer to that question,
I know.
Do you want a product from
Oh,
LostArtMagic.com?
That's your prize.
A Marvin's Magic Theater cup.
I keep telling people, get these, get the merch here because we have this in all our shows and we're promoting this theater all the time. So do something for yourself.
So if you guys are watching right now, you can comment on YouTube or on Twitch. Make sure to comment if you know the answer to the question, and you will win a free download of your choice from Lost Art Magic. So make sure to do that, and you will win anything that you want. So yeah.
Come on, DeCero. Get at the keyboard. He's gone to bed.
That's why I wanted to do it with these guys tonight, Blaze, instead of doing it after, because I really want to see if Matt DeCero wins.
He's gone to bed.
He drank too much.
He's drunk.
He's
drunk again.
Well, in the meantime, also for anybody if anybody doesn't know the answers to the question, make sure you go to Evasons.com.
Right, the answer's there. You have to read through everything. Send us a message, positive comments, book a show, and you'll get the answer.
And also to see more of their performances, because you just got a quick sneak peek, a quick taste with the one trick that they did earlier, but they have so much more.
Or come and see us at Lilydale in July.
Yeah,
I really want to go now. I'm not that far over in Connecticut, and I'm so intrigued by this place. That's like,
oh, it's fantastic.
They got to go at least once.
There's another one in Florida that's very similar to it in North Florida. Is that Casadega? Casadega, Florida. It's another little psychic town, but it's nothing like Lilydale. Lilydale's special.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out next summer.
Yeah, well, look at the HBO movie. Which I think you can see on YouTube. Nobody Dies in Lilydale. It's great.
Nobody Dies in Lilydale. I have to check that out. That seems so interesting. That's great.
It really is, yeah.
It's always something on a good name, right? Get your attention.
Where in Connecticut are you, Blaze?
I'm over in kind of the center of the state. I'm over in this small town, called Cromwell. So it's not most people don't really know
Cromwell.
about it. Yeah, most people don't even know Connecticut's a state. People know that in the first place. They're like, Kentucky? No. No, we're just that little strip of land between Boston and New York. We're like a big highway between.
Yeah.
No, but it's a nice place over here.
It is a beautiful state. Well, we do a lot of colleges and private schools. You have tons of private schools.
Yeah, like Yale and we have things like Yale, Wesleyan, places like that.
Yeah, and even the high schools and the grade schools, the
pre-college too.
Absolutely.
Our agent it lives in Connecticcut. That's where he's at.
Yeah, is he over in like Greenwich area?
Yeah, that area.
Yeah. That's a very nice area over there. Mm-hmm. And it's a lot of people that are in that kind of entertainment world because it's so close to New York.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
The Big Apple.
Exactly.
Stuck in my head since I was a kid. The first rap song was New York, New York, the Big Apple. So we split up and New York,
that's
New York,
401.
the Big Apple. Doesn't matter. It's just because New York's the Big Apple.
Yeah,
that's the
I get it.
Okay, what's the
It was
Formula
a
One?
thing for Ryan.
Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Yeah,
I don't need to forget the Canadian side of myself.
I think that we haven't gotten a response on this giveaway.
Everybody's gone to bed.
Nobody knows what you
Everybody's
wanted
gone
to
to bed
buy
now, yeah.
if you won the lottery. So we'll throw out another easier one, I think.
I would have thought that would. Well, people that know you would probably know that answer.
Yeah.
What is Ryan's hobby?
What is Ryan's hobby?
Yeah. What's my current hobby?
Yeah. What is Ryan and the Evasons' current hobby?
Yeah. What do we have in common?
Yeah.
Ryan, when are you going back to the U.S.?
You know, I was supposed to. Keller's Magic and Comedy Lounge opened.
Where's
and I was
that?
Working with that's in Pennsylvania, which I'll talk to you guys about that because it's crazy awesome. Do you guys know Bobby Borgia at all? No, so Bobby is big in cruise line stuff with Carnival and stuff like that.
Oh, does he do that dancing handkerchief? Is that the guy? No, that's not the guy.
No.
Oh.
But
Not that, Bobby.
So he took over. It used to be Junior's Last Laugh in Pennsylvania, which is a huge comedy thing, and they had every comic known to man come through that place. And they were selling it, and so he bought it and turned it into Keller's Magic and Comedy Lounge, or Modern Magic and Comedy Lounge. Because the cool thing is that Keller grew up literally almost right behind the place. Like,
wow,
Keller
that's
wrote,
awesome.
like about playing on the train tracks, and the train tracks are literally right behind the theater. And so it's super cool place. So I went down there last year to do some consulting for Carnival Cruise Lines. And so we met in Pennsylvania and stuff. And a comedian named Rondell Sheridan, who used to be on the show, like That's So Raven. He was the dad on the show. And he was the comedian there that night. And so I ended up opening for him. And people in Pennsylvania, at least there in Erie, had never seen mentalism. So, like, I only had a couple little things with me and absolutely slayed the room. And they were like, will you open tomorrow night, like the rest of the weekend? And like, can you extend your opening and stuff? And so I was actually supposed to be the opening like weekend when they turned it from Junior's to Keller's. I was supposed to open the theater and COVID hit. And so we've been trying to figure out when I can get back across.
So oh yeah, right. That'll be a while, probably. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I'm getting married in August, and so a couple of groomsmen are from the States as well. So we're trying to figure all that stuff out. And yeah.
Good luck with that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Anyways, we may have iPads with their faces in a suit or something like that.
No, I just meant good luck with getting married. Good luck with that.
Exactly. Thank you. I won't let you know you said that.
So many things I could say in this moment. See, that could be another tip for magicians. Don't marry your partner until you're together for 25 years. Okay.
Be time for a divorce.
Then you know it's meant to be. One thing that you guys said earlier with when you were talking about pieces of advice with the describability, I remember a conversation that I had with Whit Hayden, Pop Hayden, and he was talking about how it's what's so important and oftentimes more important than the experience that they have in the moment is the water cooler talk. The experience that they have. And because that's kind of the legend of the performance, because that's going to live on, far longer than your the actual length and duration of your actual performance, is how people describe what they saw. And if what you did is so convoluted and non-describable, then, it really, then what was the point of it? It's like people have no idea what you did. But if even, I think we brought it up in one of the previous episodes was like, David Copperfield vanishing the Statue of Liberty. People just know the legend of that. Most people have not seen the actual video of it. They don't know that there was a giant curtain that had to be installed in front of the people. Like they just think David Copperfield vanished Statue of Liberty, and that legend will live on forever. Because it's so describable. And if people can't describe what you do, and that really, I think it was a big pivot for me where I started thinking more about like, oh, I need to do things that are and focus on not just when I'm creating, just focusing on, oh, this needs to be original for the sake of originality, and so I'm going to add all of this convoluted stuff to it that makes it different from what I've seen before. Instead, it was like, I want to make something that is, that they can describe to each other afterwards, and really focusing more on the conversation that they were going to have after the fact than necessarily, the experience itself.
I think often that after that water cooler talk is what can get you the second booking. I mean, so often you hear, oh, people can't stop talking. So, they were impressed at the show, but they seem even more impressed by the fact that they're still talking about it around the office 2 days later. And then they are like, well, we have to have you back.
Yeah. And I think many magicians, we forget about that, especially considering like, I don't know if you heard about that study that Joshua J did years ago.
I read that.
And they talked about, and the fact that, people cannot distinguish the difference between card tricks. It's very difficult for someone to, they'll be like, oh, he did a bunch of good card tricks, even though we think of them as different, distinct things.
Right.
In the audience's mind, it's the same, so trying to make yourself more describable. That's why, what you guys do is so great, especially because it's very easy to describe what's, to someone what you do, yet at the same time, it's also very different from what other people have ever heard when they think of the idea of the stereotypical magician in their mind.
That's true.
But at least have one or two things in your show that, because obviously we do things that they can't easily recall everything that happened, but at least one or two things in the show should be of that nature. I think Joshua J, like, I don't even know what he's doing in his current show, but it could just be a memory test, and they'll think, oh, he remembered all these things that, easy to explain, and a lasting impact. It's a human ability. I think that if they can think of it as something that could be something that anybody could do if they studied, it's a little more impressive than, putting a person in a box and shoving swords through them or what have you, because they can relate to it. And so they have to remember what it was, obviously.
Yeah, I was thinking the other thing that can help people remember an act is the way they look,
Yeah, true.
Your beard, even, with us, it's always like people will see Jeff sometimes, and when I get there, oh, it's you guys, because of course, my color, my hair, everything. A woman, not just a usual magician. So
Jeff always has the standout bow tie, which separates him from any other entertainer as well, right?
Who's that?
You do with the bow tie. Always separates yourself from anybody that would wear a tie. Correct?
I don't wear a bow tie.
Yes.
No, all the time I've seen you with a bow tie.
That was just that was Matt DeCero that encouraged me to wear a bow tie. So I did it for about a year. But
I loved it. I thought he looked great, but
I'm scrolling through the website right now and I see a severe lack of bow ties.
There you are.
Yeah, no tie in that one.
Oh, what is going to distinguish you now, guys? The water cooler talk.
He's got me. He's got water cooler talk. He doesn't have to worry.
That was such a hilarious night because I remember it was the first night that because it was in Toronto. It was the first night that you wore a bow tie. And
you were at that show?
I was at that show.
The Art of Magic thing.
Oh, was it where you were at the first time?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had foot surgery. We hadn't worked in quite some time, like 3 months or something, recovery.
Yeah.
And so we took a bunch of those little shows to get back into it. We did one for James Allen and they were great. Just great
suit and sandals. That's what he had to wear.
On James's show,
We have a winner of our giveaway, Kevin Hamden. Kevin Hamden cutting the grass and pulling weeds. Knew it. Because I typed in the chat, what is Ryan's current hobby?
Yeah.
So pulled through. Kevin, you can get any product that you'd like from.
I like someone else said, cracking eggs with one hand, of course.
Take the guitar off Blaze's wall. That's one of the prizes.
That's one of the prizes. You get this.
What are these lovely prizes? You didn't even do the Vanna White thing.
That's it. That's it.
If you Kevin, if you would like any product, any of the downloads available on lostartmagic.com, then you can absolutely just send a DM over to mentalism.ca or Lost Art Magic on Instagram and you can get it. So let us know which project you like.
Boom.
And
Yeah.
we'd like to recommend there is a mentalism section on the website. So check out the mentalism section if you're interested.
There is, yeah.
So
On what
popular.
website?
On Lost Art Magic.
Lost Art Magic.
Oh, have to go check that out. I didn't check out anything. I think you asked us not to, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think we did ask you not to
Please
check
come
out
with
anything.
zero information.
Please come with zero information. Please
You know
don't
who
watch
they
any
are.
previous episodes, especially not past the first 90-minute mark when things
Yeah.
really go off the rail.
Yeah.
So this is a good opportunity, Blaze. Tell us about yourself. Go.
I think that was the thing. I was waiting for Jeff when I said, Jeff, do you want to come on the show? And stuff. I was waiting for Jeff to go, what is it all about? Send me like 12 links. Let me watch this before we come on. And
Did I
was
do
like,
that? I didn't. Do that.
No, you didn't. I was like,
No, but that
I'm
would
not
be what
giving
you normally do.
information. Yeah.
I trust you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. No, it was
Yeah.
totally
Now,
good.
next time I call Jeff, he's going to be like, no, get out of here.
Your good old friend Ryan and his lunatic co-host asking you about lasagna.
Although the next time I see you guys and we have dinner, we all must order lasagna. That's
Yeah.
Yes, we have to do
Oh,
vegan
we haven't had
lasagna, cheeseless.
lasagna forever.
I know we should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take some dairy pills.
A little
See if we
cube
can-
of blue cheese on the side.
See if the president's been cooking up some dairy ricotta.
I
That's
can't
it.
see Biden cooking lasagna. I just can't.
It's
see.
just-
You don't know.
I know.
it's a little heavy for him. Yeah.
Yeah. But I am going to look it up in
Okay.
grocery store, the President's Choice lasagna, because we
And you
haven't
can
had lasagna.
report back to these guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll be
definitely wanna
eagerly
see some
waiting.
photos.
Yes.
That's going to be your next Instagram
Yeah.
post is just a picture of lasagna.
Yeah.
People will be like, what is this all about? No idea.
And if you hold the ricotta, if you find the ricotta first, Jeff, you've got to not let her
Yeah.
see it. What am I holding?
Yeah.
right
Yeah. Oh God. You said ricotta, and I was like, I thought cottage cheese. That's what
See,
came to
that's
mind.
how some people do it. Cottage
Yeah,
cheese. That's
they
the
do.
alternative.
Which I do like now also, but hated it before.
Ooh,
Jeff has converted me to so many things.
black coffee.
Black coffee.
Black coffee.
Yeah.
Mm.
I didn't really drink a lot of
You
coffee.
guys coffee
before I
drinkers?
got it.
I do coffee. Yeah.
I don't drink coffee or tea. I don't.
Oh, wow.
I'm
But
kind of
apparently,
like
the Coke you'll run out for the Coca-Cola.
I will. I always
The
drink
same
Coke
thing,
Zero.
man.
Try to do Coke Zero though, so no sugar and stuff. But
Are they sponsoring the show here or what?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, the product placement is impeccable.
Every week
yeah.
I have one. So it should,
Yeah.
this helps me stay up late enough to do the show.
Yeah.
No, I just don't like hot drinks. I'm always like, especially in the summertime, I just can't understand people going like, "Oh, I just want a coffee." I'm like, what? It's hot outside. Why do you want to put hot in you? Like, it's
Yeah.
gross.
Oh, I don't ever do hot coffee. I'm not a hot coffee.
What?
guy. No, not into hot coffee. I mean, the thing is, like, okay,
You
so
probably like gazpacho too.
now I do have fond memories of like. I do have fond memories of like with my grandmother having some Senka, like decaf hot coffee, like a long time ago. But if I'm gonna actually, I do
It's like Nescafe.
yeah, you know,
No, my mom drank Sanka all the time. It's just,
you know, it's like, just that's a real throwback right there.
yeah.
Taster's choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, but like, yeah, I think that, if I'm gonna have any coffee, I'll just do like cold brew. I just do iced. Yeah.
I have never had a cold coffee.
Really, you've never had
like
iced
the idea
coffee?
of it.
I have
No,
cold
I never-
coffee
never did
probably
that.
every day.
I
Forever to drink mine gets
recommend
cold.
trying cold brew, where it's not like just an iced coffee where you brew it hot and throw some ice in.
Yeah.
Because cold brew, it's like it tastes chocolatey somehow.
Mm.
It's very, very good. Yeah, I like it. But I was not a caffeine guy at all, and then I worked on a tour and then got addicted to Red Bull during that tour and needed to cut it back. I was like, no.
Another thing
I
I've
mean, it
never
wasn't.
done
It
is
wasn't
Red
like
Bull.
it wasn't like some severe addiction. Like I'm not shaking
No.
heads and needing some Red Bull.
No.
It was more like it was just that I definitely was using a lot of caffeine to get through that.
Yeah.
And so then, that just kind of dialed it back. So I'll do
I-
coffee every so often, but not like
I
a
ended up-
daily thing.
I ended up getting a severe addiction to Monster. Like,
Really?
Still affects me a little bit. But no, I was working on a TV show and we were pulling 21-hour days for this show for a week. And so I don't drink coffee. And so everybody else is drinking coffee. I was like, oh, I need a Monster, just stay awake. And then it was like 2 or 3 a day. And then it was 4 a day. And then by the time the show was done, it was like, oh, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. I get up to go to do something. I'm like, I'm tired. I guess I'll just crack a Monster, and crack the Monster. And then, so then I went off it for a while. And then just last year, like during start of COVID, I was like, this sucks. I'm tired all the time. Like Monster. And
pick me up.
So yeah, it's a little pick me up. And I was like, okay, gotta have Monster. And then my neighbor across the street, I found out one of her friends works for Monster. So she came over one day and they brought like cases of Monster over. And so I was like, oh, okay, like Monster.
You must get some wicked withdrawals from that, though, if you drink that much, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. So I started having an earache one day and I went to the doctors and I was like, well, while I'm here, I might as well get a blood test. My dad passed away of cancer. It was a blood cancer. So every year I try to get it checked, but it had been a couple of years. And so I was like, oh, okay, let me get checked.
X is a Monster already. I never could get into Monster because it just smelled like it was a laboratory, like inside of that bottle.
It is. So I did a blood test and it came back and they said your triglycerides, so your fat in your blood was like extremely high. And I was like, whoa, like
what's that got to do with Monster?
Well, so it's all the sugar content and stuff that my body was like the amount of sugar. And then also, I mean, obviously when you're drinking Monster, you're not eating well,
right.
And it's like, because you're not having that with like Brussels sprouts and stuff, a burger,
and broccoli and Monster.
And so it's just a bad combo. As soon as I took the sugar out, like everything went back to normal within 3 months. I was back perfect and dropped 20 pounds. So that was good. So yeah,
that's always nice.
Yeah. So don't drink Monster energy drinks.
Yeah.
No.
For some content,
to you by Coca-Cola Zero. Drink Coca-Cola Zero.
For some context on that tour, that I started out not ever drinking caffeine and then ended up addicted to caffeine, was that so I was working with a musician because I'm really interested in making magic music videos because I sing and have a background in music before magic and stuff. So I wanted to work with a musician that I really liked and I thought was really incredible for the very cinematic music videos that he was doing. I think that when it comes to the music videos he's producing, he's kind of like a modern day Michael Jackson with the kind of short films that he's making with because he does visual albums where and so essentially he wrote 26 songs and then in 8 weeks I started working with them, and then in 8 weeks we shot 26 music videos that tied together to make an 1.5 hour long movie that then was released as a film. And so we went straight from having this insane 8 weeks of constant shooting and living with the team, and then we dropped the music video the first day of the tour and then embarked on a world tour, and he wanted me to work with him on that. And so then we immediately go on this tour. And that was like a few weeks into me moving to LA, was getting the opportunity to work on this project. And so then go on this tour. The way it was scheduled was in between all of the tour dates that they had booked, they decided to book more tour dates on the kind of on the way in between. So instead of having days off, the first 23, I think, days in a row of this tour, there was no days off. It was literally from the first day of we dropped the visual album, the day after we'd finished shooting music videos, go on tour, and then we made it all the way from LA to New York, and we didn't have a day off any time in between. And so it was just like 23 days in a row of just constant, go on the tour bus, wake up in a new city, set up, do the show, get on the bus, move. And it was crazy because like the audio engineer for that was like, oh, I worked with, he's also Beyonce's audio engineer. And he was like, for our tours, he was like, it's standard in the industry. You have like 3 days in a row and then have a day off. Like
Laundry
4
day.
would be kind of pushing it, you know. Like, and he was like, "This is pretty insane to do like a bus tour and have it keep going like that."
Wow.
So
What a great
that was
experience,
intense.
though. That's
It was a great
amazing.
experience. Just
Yeah.
thrown in the deep end. Yeah, it was.
We've
It
never
was
done
definitely
before.
intense, but it was
We've
amazing.
never done like a bus tour
Not a
with
tour, yeah.
with a like a variety show or other acts or anything like that. I'm not sure if I'd like.
We
I'd
almost-
like the doing it, but I don't know if I'd want to be on the bus all the time. Depends on who it is.
I've had the tour bus experience. I think I've been on 3 tours so far, and
Wow.
they and I actually am surprised at how well I sleep on tour buses. I always go for a top bunk, and it rocks way more.
Oh yeah.
I'm just
Sort of
getting
be down
rocked
the
to sleep.
hole with
But
all of
there was one time where we hit a like some kind of bump in the middle of the night, and I got launched from the top. That was intense. But I'm surprised how well I sleep on those.
The secret was Blaze's mom didn't rock him as a baby. And
So, I've just been craving it my entire life.
Living his childhood.
Just waiting until I can find a girlfriend willing to just rock me.
Tour bus it is.
Oh my god.
X said that this is just randomly start singing, and then he'll call me out for it, and I didn't realize I was doing it.
I like
Go
his
do
next,
it.
I like his next few comments. He said, "It's annoying. It's beautiful. I hate it,
But I love it.
okay. That's awesome.
But yes, now we're approaching the 3-hour mark. Time has flown. This has been so much fun. I really enjoyed getting to
you
meet
guys.
you guys.
That's it. The first 3 hour. We don't need a bus tour. We did a 3-hour talk.
Exactly.
3-hour talk.
Oh my god. It's just 1 o'clock here. That's
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
jam-packed with a lot of great advice, especially for people that are interested in getting into the world of mentalism or entertainment, and a lot of practical advice, especially because you guys are really busy and working and doing a lot of different gigs and things and have a lot of experience. So, I really appreciate your time.
We used to be. We will be again.
Yeah. Now Jeff is pulling weeds and opening Jeff's landscaping.
Yeah.
The Greater Toronto area. Put up his phone number at the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
One of my really good friends is an entertainer. He actually opened a moving business.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because he just can't. He doesn't do the kind of show where you can do virtual shows. So he
Yeah.
started a moving business. You got to do what you got to do.
I said that
Whatever.
to an agent called me a couple weeks ago, and I said to them, they were talking about doing all these mass amount of shows and stuff, and I kind of told them what my budget was at and stuff, and it was way too high for what they were trying to do, and I said, well, my art form transfers into the virtual world perfectly. I said, like, that money would be really great for a drummer, that maybe they're not in a band and they, that's something tough. Like if you play the guitar and sing, I mean, that's great. You can hop on, on a camera and play songs for people. But if you're, no offense, but if you're like a drummer or a bass player or something, it may be tougher if you're not in a band or you can't get together with a band to just entertain people for like an hour. It may be tougher, but it's interesting that you say, like, your friend didn't pass. And that's who I feel bad for, is the people like that are dancers and stuff like that. Like, I've got a lot of friends in LA and in Vegas that are dancers from shows that I've worked on with them. And, I've reached out to them, and like a lot of them are out of work and stuff. And yeah, they have nothing to do, unless they're in music videos that are like production that's doing something that way. But you're right. Like, yeah, it is tough. I think we're all very lucky to be able to transfer over at least to a virtual. I mean, obviously it's not the shows that we want to be doing.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like you said, like we said at the start, it's not bad because you get to stay at home, and there's no jet lag or living out of a suitcase and stuff like that. And so
you're talking about bands, and it made me think of the piece we did with Eric Bardeness.
Oh yeah,
and their band.
yeah.
They have a band, and so they're not living together, so they would get a personality, an act, or someone to introduce the song that they were doing cover songs. virtually. So they would get you to. So he used to do lights at a lot of our shows, and I don't know, where is he living these days? Not Stouffville, but he's Stouffville. Oh, is he Stouffville? Okay, I can't remember if he switched there. Anyway, so he said, "Hey, you guys would be really cool, because you do mentalism." And we're like, "Well, we got to do something really, really interesting for him." It was so much fun getting it ready. Like, I think at the beginning that we had such a blast because nobody had any judgment of it and they didn't know what to expect, and we just went out on a limb. So that was a good one.
You compare your first stuff. Your first virtual shows compared to where you are now, it's amazing. What a ride this has been.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Have you gotten any opportunities coming for hybrid kind of events? Because we've been hearing about that as a potential thing on the horizon, but I don't know of anybody that's necessarily done one yet.
Some of the bookings we have are there. That's one of the options to do it hybrid. It probably will be. I've seen some hybrid shows. Like one of our we do some work in India, and we've met some friends over there. And one of the guys, he did one. I'd rather either do just virtual or just live. But some of these hybrids that I've seen, but I guess they'll come a long way. They'll come a lot further than where they are now. But anything that I've seen so far, it's hard to get excited about. But you got to jump in.
I don't necessarily like the idea of doing a live show and then it's being broadcasted the same live show because you don't. I think one thing that's kind of nice about a Zoom show is that everybody becomes a front row audience member, so that you can have, even though there's the distance and you feel as though there's less of that kind of intimate interaction, in some ways there's a little bit more because you're kind of in their home and you have a little bit more of that kind of intimate interaction where you're looking at everybody and they're all on the same plane. Yeah. So it's kind of a thing where it's like, a virtual show I feel like is made to be a virtual show and a live show is made to be a live show. It's like, I might as well just send you a video of my live show if you want to do that, to try and broadcast it for a virtual event. I'm interested in seeing who can do that really well, where it's a simultaneous thing. But I've heard from some agents talking about potentially where you go to an event and let's say, some of the corporation is not fully vaccinated or some aren't able to travel to it. Then you do your performance for the live audience and then you go across the hall or something. And then there's a little, production studio with a computer and everything and camera. And then you do your virtual show separately for the audience that isn't there in person. And then you'd kind of get booked for 2 shows, but you just do them in one day, kind of back to back. And it's 2 different types of shows. So I would be up for that kind of thing. I would be interested in seeing how that kind of.
I like the challenge of doing the combo though.
I would love to be able to interact with screens of television,
that would be great.
While we're doing the live audience at the same time. I think that'd be really cool.
That is
if
true.
that's
really
what it ever comes to.
But depends on how optimized the setting is for.
David Penn had mentioned 2 weeks ago, I guess, that that's how the Magic Circle is going to be now, where they're setting up screens across the back. So when you're doing a lecture and stuff, there will be people there live and then also people watching on video screens.
Sweet.
That you'll be able to see and interact with as well. So, so I think that would be super cool.
I was thinking the client we worked for on Friday, that's what she was saying they were going to do because they're really cautious about going back into the office. But she said she knows it's going to be a slow transition. So, they're working on now coordinating hybrid events because they really feel that's the way to go. They want to be able to let people stay at home for as long as they want, even if it's into next year. So I was like, okay. Our whole thought, I think if we were able to do that show for the MBA because we were like, we got the offer and was like, how are we going to do that and be effective? And it's just like something else, to conquer and engage your mind with and see how you can make it happen. So kind of like a race.
That was a show for this Friday to do one of the MBA, but we can't get to the US. So we tried to sell them on this virtual idea.
And she liked the idea a lot, and then we were talking with the booker, the agent, and we were like, we collaborate and come up with great ideas. As we like working with him. And then he called back and he said, they're going live. We're like, damn it. You've abandoned us. But anyway.
But good things have come out of this, haven't they? I mean, this is one of the great things, the ability to do these shows and put so much content out there now.
Yeah.
But
No, it's good because a lot of countries are not opening at the same pace, and a lot of companies can't afford to do, the international travel for their conferences. So I think there's still going to be purpose to this. Maybe people get sick of it for a while, but then it'll come right back up to a certain degree. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
but the thing that we're wondering is we're trying to figure out, we haven't given it a lot of effort, is when we get on the road, like we're popping back to the States for maybe just a couple of weeks, and we're noticing that we're getting calls really last minute. So we're like, oh, we don't really have a good setup to take with us. We don't want to take all this stuff, all the monitors, all the cameras and everything.
So how do you do it from a hotel room?
To make
how do you do it?
Yeah, and that's the other thing is like, if you're trying to rely on some internet that's not your own, if you're on some hotel room internet, being able to rely on that to support a whole show and that kind of bandwidth is.
I already called some hotels, and I called some venues, like studios, etc. And, as we all know, how many years ago they pulled out those, or some are still in the wall, but they're not active Ethernet. So everybody's Wi-Fi, but every once in a while, you'll find somebody, but then the next question is, okay, what's your upload and download speeds? Oh, I have no idea. Well,
and it's also being split amongst a bunch of other people. One thing that might be good to potentially invest in is one of those personal hotspots that you buy, and so you basically have your own portable Wi-Fi that you can bring with you. That's basically like a 5G kind of data. That you would have for your phone.
Guy Bavley was just talking about that.
Yeah, we just did a show with Guy Bavley, and he showed his. So we were looking into that, but still, the upload is, you're lucky to get 10.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
And I don't think you always get that.
Upload is not the strength of those. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But so 5G is available in some of the markets, but not all of the markets, right?
Yeah. So it'll downgrade. It'll convert to whatever is available in the area. So if it's just a 4G signal where you are, but that would probably be good. But X is saying he knows more about it. He was saying that the speeds are still not good, but they're good in a pinch. But he was saying for upload though, you don't need more than 10. Might be something to look into. I don't know exactly what options there are. Travel, Wi-Fi, other than just kind of relying on wherever you go.
Yeah, right. I probably will pick up one of those. So that's great. Yeah. Good reminder. We'll add that to our
we should.
list.
Xavier is also a really good person to talk to. I'll ask him after this if he has any recommendations for that, and I'll let you know. I'll send you a direct message.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's Xavier? He's out of Vegas? Where is he?
He's out of New York.
He's out of New York.
Oh, okay.
In Las Vegas right now, but yeah, he is the man with all that setup stuff.
He's saying they have kind of like hotspot that are satellite services, so they'll have better rather than just using the kind of cellular data signals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
no kidding.
So yeah, maybe we should get on a call with him
that?
as well if he's free.
Yeah, for the beginning it was just like 600, 1,000. I'm like, well, out it goes. It's like, oh my god.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it bills added up quickly at the start.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How many gigs do we have?
Yeah.
We never even knew about upload speed. We're always concerned with download speed.
Yeah.
Until this, and we realized our Kojiko cable wasn't even 10 upload. We were lucky to get 7, 6. So we switched to this.
They were like, oh, your router is probably old. Jeff goes, I knew they were going to say that. Of course, he brings a new router. It doesn't change anything, on and on.
Yeah.
But then we went to Bell, and wow, it was almost overwhelming.
Oh, is that another internet service provider over there?
It's like FiOS, so they have the fiber optics.
Canada.
Yeah. Graham Bell,
Yeah, at least we have 2 choices here in Maryland. We had one. Well, no, we had 2 choices. 2 choices. It's all in Maryland.
Yeah.
Wow. So great.
So I think that this is a good spot that we can bring to a close. Normally Ryan and I would do an outro, but I feel like we've already done the giveaway. So
why don't you show us some tricks? We showed you some tricks. Why don't you just some magic?
Yay!
I'll do it. Sure.
Blaze will show you.
You're both going to do it, so get ready.
Blaze is he's going to show you something. He's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know I do mentalism stuff. So, but this guy does stuff that is what I call stupid. I just say you're stupid.
It's okay. We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gone. Tell us something about Blaze that would never want us to know. Oh, he's back.
Doesn't have his earphones and he can still talk. He can talk. Oh, too late.
All right, here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't believe that about you, Blaze. It's unbelievable, man. Never heard of a story like that before.
What did I do? Yeah, something. Oh, we've got some mischief in the streets. All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here I have a Joker right here. All right. So this Joker will be kind of like a wild card. I'll just do one because we've already gone 3 hours. All right. So here, this Joker's like a wild card, so it can turn into any card that you'd like. So I'd like you to imagine you're looking through this card and seeing any one of them. Which one do you imagine it turning into?
2 of clubs.
The 2 of clubs. Okay, so I want you to imagine a card with 2 clubs across the face. Right now, all I need is just one finger. I'm just going to touch the Joker and imagine it changing into the 2 of clubs. Right here.
Shut up.
Wow.
What?
So,
Get out.
all right, so do that. So
This is an app.
no. So when we were talking about, but no, so it really was a kind of a shift. I mean, I was already working on this kind of thing before I had that conversation with Whit Hayden, but it definitely impacted my kind of thinking of like, I want something that's as little procedure as possible, you know, and try to do magic, you know, especially with cards, because it's like, if I'm going to do a card trick and people can barely remember it anyways, I'm never going to have somebody pick a card again. I'm going to just only do something like that, where it's like, you know, name one, change, done, you know, or like the thing that I'll open with if I walk up to people is I'll just say, which card would you guess is on top of the deck? And I just have them guess, you know, and then, you know, and they do the guess. And then it's not like, and then it's an interesting thing because I found that anybody that would be a heckler is now on my side because I'm making them feel like they're, you know, they're responsible for it, that they just had a really good guess and that they're blown away that they got it right. And now they're not going like, oh, I've seen this before. You know, this guy's just going to have me pick a card. Now I'm going to try and catch him out because the trick's over before they thought it started, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, you just did magic like the way people would expect magic to be, not like, okay, think of the card and then shuffle, and there it is. You know, it's just like there.
That's pretty clean.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Thank you.
And so you could do this live. It's not necessarily.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's a total live trick.
Ryan, do you know how that's done?
I do know how it's done. When he showed it to me,
It's available. I've released it. So
I
did show.
But when he showed it to me, we were on a call, and I was like, "What was my?" I think I was just like, "You're a jerk." he's like, "This is super easy. Like, you just do this and this and this," and I was like, "No, you're stupid." I was like, "No, you're stupid. I hate you." I was like,
it's not the most easy trick. Again,
this is why I do mental.
X said that he filmed it well. I'm not gonna. He said that he was pissed on it, but I appreciate X. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, Ryan, show us some mentalism.
Yeah,
All right, you're out. Top it.
Okay, another piece of advice, folks: always be ready with something.
Hang on.
Yeah, but that's a good out, though.
I'll be right back. Let me go get some.
Yeah, he's never coming back.
That's his out live too. That's his out live too. He just goes up to their face and go and sleep.
That's good.
I do that live 100%. If I don't like a spectator on stage, that's it. I mean, to get off my stage.
You just push him off the edge of the stage. And Jeff will go step on him. Yeah.
You pushed a kid off stage.
No, the
before.
kid ran off the stage once.
We went backwards, actually.
We were doing a family shows back when we were doing magic, and it was that old joke about it has a backup system. Back up. And the kid literally backed up, but it was a high stage. It was probably 8 feet high, and he fell right off the stage. That's it.
Oh, man.
My life is over. The kids cracked his head. He landed on his feet. He came back up on stage.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was in Brantford. Is that where you live? Brantford?
That's it.
That's where it was, in Brantford. Yep.
Nice.
And that's also where I cut the same show that I almost cut my finger off.
Your
Brantford.
thingy.
Damn Brantford.
You should come on out. Come visit sometime.
home of Wayne Gretzky, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in a box with Wayne Gretzky.
Nice.
Mhm,
Oh, that's
mhm, mhm. He has no idea what we did in there.
I don't know. We had to make him appear, and
Yeah.
Tristan had to be in the cabinet.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we had a great chat. I had a flashlight, and like, I can't be in the dark with him. It's going to be too weird.
Yeah.
Do you get sick of people every time you say Brantford? They say home
Oh,
of
but-
Wayne Gretzky?
Oh, every time.
Well,
Every time.
I'm going to
It's
say
like,
it all
this
the
is
time.
home of
then.
Ryan Edwards.
Yeah, he
You
was
should go.
there.
Yeah, put a sticker over that sign as you're driving into
Oh,
town.
yeah,
Home of
yeah.
Ryan Edwards.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
Gretzky's lawn's got nothing on this.
Yeah. Besides, he's a traitor, right? He crossed over.
I was like, he used to be famous like
Yeah.
20 years ago. Like,
Yeah.
there's a new guy in town, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
You and Graham. Graham
Yeah,
is there.
yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on the other side of Brantford, so like
The wrong side of Brantford.
it's the rougher side. Of the
What's his lawn like though? Does he have a decent lawn?
Well, full of weeds.
No one, Jeff. No one has a grass like me. Just putting it out there.
I want to know your secrets. You know,
Fertilizer. I just fertilized today. It was
With
gonna rain,
what?
so
Canadian
fertilized.
fertilizer?
yeah, Canadian fertilizer.
I grew my
That
own.
good Canadian fertilizer.
Do you know what the Canadian that weed killer is? The Canadian. It's just vinegar. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
vinegar. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can't use any chemicals. We're not allowed pesticides up here in our lawns.
Oh, they have,
Oh.
the other one
But
is
they do.
Well, people
the
steal
other one
it. They
is
bring it in.
corn gluten meal. Is the
That's
Wow.
for weed killer, right? That's
That's what you use? Corn gluten
Yeah.
meal?
yeah.
I'm
I
allergic
mean,
to that stuff.
I get the good, I get the good stuff. Yeah.
So we use a really big bag of chemicals.
Yeah.
You know who's using it when you walk around the neighborhood. It's like, yep, chemicals, chemicals. Oh,
Yeah.
going back to nature.
The guy that's grass and stuff is this long. He used corn gluten meal for sure.
Cool.
So how many times have you fertilized this spring already?
I want
I'm
to
really
say
sorry for the viewers. They thought we are going to talk magic, but this
Yeah.
has turned into the.
This is the
no.
real.
garden
This
show.
is the real secrets.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah.
fertilized today. And
First
then
time.
no.
Oh,
Please,
God,
Jeff,
no. Look at that face. No.
No.
Obviously, he doesn't know
appalled.
what he's talking about if he asks that question, right?
I want to say this is the third time already. You're supposed to do it at the start of the spring and the end of the spring, and then end of the summer and then fall. But yeah. So I had a company come and fertilize as well that I
Oh.
used to work for when I was like 17. So every once in a while, I'll do something for the owner of the company. I'll go and do a show for his clients. And so every year he'll come and spray for me, but so he aerates the lawn. I don't do that. He'll aerate and stuff, and then I fertilized after, and then so yeah, third time today. So
See, but you have to wait 30 days at least, don't you, between? Because my neighbor, his lawn, he was beautiful up until
Yeah.
this week. He over fertilized, and now it's all
you
dying,
can't over
which makes me very happy.
You can't over fertilize.
You
It's
can't
not
over, the
possible.
nitrogen will burn the lawn. Come on.
No, that's what I mean. You can't. You got to be.
You
careful.
can't.
You can't.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to read that one. I thought you were like,
I was wondering.
So you weren't
over-fertilize.
thinking of the two of clubs, were you? No, I didn't think you were.
I like X's thing. He says, "Fun fact: Ryan's favorite trick is convincing them he's a mentalist. He's actually a plantation farmer."
Yeah, is Xavier? Is it Xavier or Xavier? Depends on
I think he pronounces it Xavier.
Xavier. Oh,
Xavier.
there is a pronunciation number 3, right? Okay,
Like crack your egg Xavier with
Your-
one hand. Yeah.
that's going my brain for.
Xavier. Yeah.
Okay.
But I know
he said salt and
yeah,
vinegar
he said-
chips, and was
he
like,
said
wait a minute, that's Canadian.
Xavier.
Xavier. I got to be honest. Every time I see
Xavier.
his name, I think of Xaviera Hollander.
Hmm.
Look her up.
Is there, or there's Xavier Mortimer.
Oh,
yeah.
true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now he's in Vegas, right?
Yes.
You know,
There's
I
another
was
one.
mixing that up.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's over at Bally's in Vegas, and I think
Yeah.
his show's
Yeah.
just reopened or about to. Yeah.
Wow, it's an unusual
He's-
name.
he's
There's not
doing
too
really
many
well.
names with an X.
He's been doing Xavier Mortimer's been doing really well with TikTok, especially, where he's just been crushing it on social media. He's been making a ton of videos, and within the first couple months of quarantine, he got over 1 million followers from kind of not doing any TikTok to just blowing up on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. It's been insane.
Yeah. Doing really well.
Cha-ching. Hopefully.
I'll throw out a quick recommendation, because you were mentioning for people interested in getting into entertainment, having everything really organized and laid out, and having kind of a list, especially with checking everything, whether your mics are ready and all of your supplies and stuff. There's a book that's by this guy I read a long time ago, Atul Gawande, and he's a surgeon, and it's called The Checklist Manifesto: How to Get Things Right. And it was basically about how implementing checklists into healthcare practices with surgeons or anything, they found just this exponential increase in or decrease in any kind of surgery related injuries or problems with things, and basically he was inspired to write it because he found out that there was a young child that had fallen into a frozen lake and survived because the surgeon or the doctor that was supposed to take care of the child had used checklists as their like method of approach. And it's apparently just like, it's a really good book. There's a lot of good insights into like how powerful checklists are with kind of helping people and saving lives.
That's really cool. I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going to say Ken Weber's book for some reason.
Oh, Ken Weber's book.
Entertainment.
I have that over there. Yeah.
Checklist.
I know.
He gave it to me. I still have on my checklist to read it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great book. It's fantastic. Although I have the new one I haven't read yet. So yeah.
Didn't we listen to it on
the original? And we read it and listened.
Yeah, that was good. I know.
But you have a writer? Do you use a writer? Well, you come from bands, so you must
absolutely.
deal with writers.
Yeah. Prior to going over to the venue and everything, send them all that. Yeah.
Surprises me the number of people that don't. You gotta you'll get anything that they throw at you if you don't have a writer.
Absolutely. And also just having in the contract things like just to make sure that you don't show up and then just have nothing prepared at all. Just have all ahead of time.
That does happen.
I mean, it just even a simple writer like hey, can we make sure that I have an actual dressing room, not just telling me to get ready in a bathroom somewhere.
That still happens.
It'll still happen regardless. Yeah.
But,
I could write a little booklet on that. Where did I change between illusions? Sometimes things just didn't go well, and it's like, okay, we're going to set up a little curtain here. Oh man, yeah.
That's probably the nicer thing with mentalism, is not having to get inside a box or change. And I mean, obviously, you guys, you do change, Tessa, right, throughout the show.
No.
Yes, no, I do. I go into that ring and I throw it up and it comes down and I'm in another costume. And a completely different matching blindfold.
He goes, were you thinking of red?
Oh, I like that.
Or perhaps blue.
We should do that as a Fizzamentary show.
Why not?
Okay, I'm going to get you on board. You're going to be on our creative team. All right.
Jeff's just throwing out different colors just to be nice with you.
It's like, why is Tessa not moved from that little ring this entire show? She's just been waiting for the one moment she can do that quick change.
You're right. Oh, God.
Until someone pulls out something green. She's just waiting.
Oh, now that we're talking about this, a whole different thing. I want to say that's correct when the person tells us their name the first time.
Okay.
I want to go back to that old adage. It's just because, here I'm doing all this stuff virtually and I'm saying their names, and then you get a screen and it's the person's name. And obviously the person's going to help us is not their name. So Jeff just asks them the name. So somebody sometimes they're going to go, that's correct. And he just, no.
I hate it.
I know you hate it. I want to do it because I want to see how it works virtually. I want to look at people's faces and see, what are they saying? So that's only when I don't have my blindfold on then.
Wow.
Silly little things.
You never told me what you need.
Oh my gosh.
I just like to do it in the middle of the show. Like just go, hey, you just stepped all over my line there. Actually, the last show I did that, It was the nurses thing, and I wanted to do this thing to make the connection.
This
My
is
mom
the
was a
podcast.
nurse.
It never ends.
This is the best, though. It's
No,
fine.
it's just because when we're talking about it, I realize we haven't talked about some of the things I wanted to talk about after the
Excuse
show.
us while we have a private moment.
This is, you know, counseling, magic after dark,
Magic
marriage
after
counseling.
Oh my God.
This is,
It's like I take that
this is-
blindfold
It's
off.
now called Marriage After Dark.
Tessa, do you have anything you'd like to get off your chest?
Yes, yes. Hold on. I've got a list here. No, it's just I take that blindfold off and it's so bright and then sometimes my brain goes, crap, I can't remember what's next. I'm just blank. And so, but this one, I've been looking for a moment to say, my mom was a nurse.
What did you say? To say what?
My mom was a nurse. We were doing this for a nurses conference, and I just wanted to tell them my mother was a nurse.
And we were running over. We
Well,
had
I
this
don't know
little
about that.
timing device.
I don't
that's
know
going-
about that.
So it's a
So-
45-minute show, and we're at 48 minutes. We have to stop.
Right, because
She starts talking. Oh, my mother.
that would have been
And I'm doing
okay. That would have been okay, except that I did it like when I take off my blindfold, we're going someplace and he's waiting to say something so we can go to this next bit. And I'm in the middle of talking about it, and then I go, oh, I guess I just stepped over your line. I was like, okay, no worries. It was all good.
It's late, you guys, and we haven't had our Red Bull.
Red Bull nor our monster.
We haven't even really had dinner. We just had
No, we had a sandwich.
I had a
Because you
half
were
a
fixing
sandwich.
blinds that
Yes, that's right.
Pulling weeds and fixing
pulling
blinds.
weeds. Yeah, just an everyman.
It's pathetic. Oh,
This has
man.
been great, guys. Really loved it.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of fun. This has
Well,
been some of the
it's great
most
because we
laughs
didn't
that
know
we've
it was
had.
coming.
It's been great. Yeah.
We had so much we wanted to talk about.
Okay, let's see. No,
Do you have anything you need to promote that's coming up? You want to throw out? We know that you
We'll be
have-
on Matt King's show next week. Come and hear more.
I mean, I'm already on the Lilydale page looking where I can register to be a medium. I can take a class. Apparently,
There you
I didn't
go.
realize
Have
that.
a second
I didn't
career.
realize I could take a class
Hey.
if I'm interested in getting supernatural powers.
listen, Blaze, you guys, you especially could do a lecture there, right? Just do that card trick and just change
Just
the
do
angle
that.
of what's happening here.
Just
Telekinesis.
telekinesis. Yeah, just say.
Oh.
Physically
So-
changing the card.
The great thing about doing those shows is
Okay, here we go.
no, you don't have to plow through material. You don't have to feel you gotta stack it full of effects. You could take that one effect and slow it right down. It would be boring in our minds, but not for those crowds. So
Oh, not for those crowds, because they're waiting all day just for because to them it's a miracle, and they're just
Yeah.
like they're just
and it's
like,
energy. So energy doesn't happen like that. It's like you have to build to that energy, you know.
Mm.
So there you go.
That's how we do it. I have my upcoming residency at Lilydale. It's coming up.
You'll be like the prodigal child.
I had an envelope signed from last week, and inside is your someone started asking questions again. As a mentalist, how do you guys feel, Dan Brown? Great.
Oh,
Oh, he's
Darren.
well. First of all, he's our friend, and he's the best in the world, I think.
amazing.
Yeah, he's just so good. I mean, if people ask who's your favorite, well, we try not to say Darren because everybody says Darren, but he's just that darn good, isn't he?
He's
Oh,
so
yeah.
good.
He's yeah,
Just-
love him. Well, last time we saw, tell you how little I know about TV shows because I don't watch TV. So when you ask that question, I really don't. We went to see Darren in New York, and we had messaged him before to say we're coming to the show, and he said, "Great, let's go out for dinner afterwards." So we were waiting outside the theater for him with, I think there were 6 of us,
Yeah.
a group of 6. Darren came out and he saw
Couples.
somebody waiting on the street away from us. He said, "Excuse me, I just need to go talk to these people, and I'll be right back, and we'll go."
Audience members just waiting
Audience
to chat. Yeah.
So then he came over and said, "Do you mind these people I just met, and they would like to join us for dinner?" Of course not.
So
So
it's your party, sure.
we all went out and we're chatting with these people, and they started talking about acting and And I said at one point to the woman, "Oh, are you an actor?" And then they giggled.
And I looked at her and I just smiled and I leaned back. He doesn't know anything about acting.
and they said, "Oh yeah, she's trying to be an actor." Anyhow, at the end of the night, we all left and they said goodbye. And it turns out, who was she?
Claire Danes.
Oh, Claire Danes.
And her husband, Hugh Dancy. And the other guy, I can never remember, and I'm so sorry for that because he's Hamilton.
The director of Hamilton.
Oh.
So yeah.
The writer was Lin-Manuel Miranda, but then the director was Tommy Kail.
Yes, and it's such an easy name to remember. Oh,
so that's who I asked. Tommy Kail. I had no idea who he was because we weren't. Well, it wouldn't mean anything anyhow. So I said, "Is she trying to be an actor?" And he looked at her, and yeah, she's trying.
And she was like, and she was talking to me. This is so refreshing. So I can be, anonymous because I sat down and looked at her and went, "Oh my God!" Like my eyes were that big, right? And then Jeff comes. So what are you doing? Oh, I'm trying to act. Oh, well, that's good. You keep it up, and like all this little lecture-y thing, what you could do.
But in the evening. Just in chatting, because they hadn't met each other before. So Darren was just meeting these people. He knew who they were, of course. But it turns out they both lived in Greenwich Village, and they're in two different buildings. But his bedroom wall, the brick wall on the other side was her bedroom. Like their buildings were right against each other. Their bedrooms, yeah. And you're right, of course. But yeah,
that was so cool.
His show is just so brilliant. The way it's thought out and everything makes sense, and he's so dynamic.
I would really like to have watched his show like back to back, like that night or a few days in a row. Just I just really would. I've seen all the different effects, but it's like I haven't seen them for a while. And as the show flows, I just sink into watching it, and then it's like, oh, I wanted to pay attention to that moment, but I didn't.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So you guys fans?
That's so great when even as a colleague in the same kind of field that you can just fall into it and enjoy the show. That's it's great when you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super guy
to do
too.
it with him. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember seeing his show, and right after when we met up, I said to him, I'm like, that's literally like watching a master class in how to do mentalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That good.
Yeah.
So.
And multi-talented he is.
Who was that asked that question? You know this person?
Do not. No.
Nipuna.
Sounds like from India.
Yes.
Call me a mentalist.
X worked with Darren on the show on Broadway, and he said he was even great watching from backstage.
Oh, cool.
Wow. Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
We had to bring him. Michael Mode. Do you guys know Michael Mode out of Michigan, Detroit area? No. So he discovered that it was Darren's birthday, and he discovered that Darren was into taxidermy. So he had purchased a stuffed, what was it, a cat or something? It was
God, I don't remember the story. What?
And he sent it to us to bring to Darren to give as a gift, this taxidermy cat or whatever I think it was a cat, the animal. So that's what we brought Darren as a gift that night. It was a little weird.
I was going to say, well, I would think I would remember that because I love cats, but I don't know.
Maybe it wasn't a cat.
What
I mean, that's a very interesting thing to send it to somebody else when you don't know exactly the somebody else's feelings about taxidermy.
We once checked into a hotel up in Montana, and so the heavy fog. We couldn't continue on our journey. We were trying to get to the second venue.
Heavy fog and deer.
Everywhere.
Never seen before in my life.
So
everywhere.
We couldn't go any more than 5 miles an hour.
Because they were sitting on the highway, literally. Yeah.
And so we looked in the area for a place to stay, and there was one place. It was a hunter's lounge or a hunter's motel, and they had one room left, and we took it. But right over us and all around the room were these mounted deer heads, and I just like that stuff. No, it's not for me. Yeah. I don't even think I slept that night. No, too creepy.
Yeah, but oh well.
I have a friend that he's into that. He has a baboon's hand.
Who's that?
I don't want to say. Oh, and it's in a and there's an ashtray in the baboon's hand. But it really looks like a human hand with. So I don't know. Some of those people are into some weird.
Was he a cruise director?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. This guy also happened to have a relationship with Dunninger's widow.
I know it's not that one. For some reason, I'm connecting with.
That should have been the callback question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really trying to remember who it was.
Yeah.
I don't think I like to remember things like that. So it's
them out.
squished down.
I mean, you've got so much you need to remember, so you've got to kind of compartmentalize it.
Like, for example, I have to remember the serial number I just did, which was 5262478 MIA, right? Because I usually have to do a callback on that. So.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
This is
5, 2,
a
6,
file.
4, 7, 8, 1. Am I? Yeah.
Dude, she probably even knows the serial number from yesterday's show. It's
Do you ever have that? Do you ever have that issue? Because I was doing a set at the castle right before things closed down, and it involved memorizing a lot of things in the show, and I had a callback moment where I did that thing of which card would you guess is on top, but I did it in a kind of different way near the beginning of the show, where there was one person that I had kind of sit out, and I had the whole audience kind of get in sync where they all did the same thing at the same time, and I had one person that was out of sync and didn't do it. So that person, as well as a person that was in sync with the audience, made a guess. And the person that was out of sync, their guess was wrong. And then that person's guess ended up coming back right at the very end and being very important. And so I had to remember that, for each show. But then with the castle, as you know, it's like you're doing a bunch of shows back to back. And so then I remember there were moments where I was like, oh man, I really hope that this was this show. I really hope that was this show. I really hope it wasn't that show. And I just can't imagine if being the two of you, that must just be that on steroids, where you've got to be like, was that the serial number that I just had, or like, do you have that issue at all?
No.
Or I assume that you've worked through that a bunch of times.
Well, yeah, that has happened, and
at the castle.
Actually. At the castle, but then the other thing is I forget to sort of memorize it because I say it out loud and I do whatever I'm talking, and then I have a moment that I can just really lock it in my head, and then I'm done. But now the moment's coming up, and in my head I start thinking. I thought, oh shit, I didn't make an effort to remember it, and that's exactly what happens. Yesterday's pops in my head and everything. Yeah. And I just have to get zen-like, right? And so I'll start talking really slow. And I'm sure some Jeff's going, what was that about? I said, because I was trying to remember the serial number. That doesn't happen so much. But the hardest thing I had was doing like a giant memory test. And so
and doing repeat shows.
Shows back to back. And then it was like, then I would have to start to link whatever number one item with last show, because that was popping in my head while I was memorizing it. I could tell. But a friend of mine suggested I do this, and I can't even believe it works. He says, just see that giant memory test, look at what the words are, and imagine yourself erasing it completely. And then in your mind, you're imagining your mind's gone. And it worked. So the majority of the time. The thing about
that was a strategy that you used. Was imagining wiping your own mind in order to
wiping the board. Imagine visually, because usually we do a board, although we changed it. But even if we were no longer doing the board, then I would imagine that I could see 1 to 15 or whatever it was written up in the items, and see myself erasing. So imagine that I was erasing that board. So now I have a white slate, a blank slate, and then I think that for myself also. But I think for memory, for memorizing. The giant memory is a little different. Even though you have a place to memorize each item to, everything else in the show, you sort of have to use either words, a sentence, or a moment that you're going to memorize that thing, because then your brain is trained to always link, that memory in that place. But you really need to double memorize it. So you've memorized it and then you shoot ahead. Nope. You'll probably lose it. But if you take a moment and in your head say it again or think it again, then usually you've locked it in a little bit more, and then you can go ahead. And so I actually sometimes with things, I'll test myself as we go through the show. I have a moment because I can feel, if I feel I'm not doing something well, I know my weak spots coming up. So I'm sort of preparing myself for those and, bringing things to mind. because there's times when Jeff's doing a lot of talking and I know I don't have to pay attention whatsoever, and I can shoot ahead and think something else and then come back to the moment. But you don't have that luxury, right? You're an individual. You guys, right?
Individual performer. So yes, I need to get married first, and then as you said, I need to work with her for 25 years, and then see if we work out.
You can have your partner in the audience write it out for you and just kind of lean it back so you can look down. Right? Because there are some double acts that have their partner in the audience, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all have their partners in the audience.
No. I mean, I said double acts is because I know that it's a single act on stage, but he actually is really a double act, but people don't know the other person.
Right.
That's the way I said it. It's just I know they're a double act. It's just the audience doesn't know they're a double act. So
my second favorite.
This is pretty amazing.
Yes.
This comment that we got, just wanted to shout that out. That the person that had asked the question earlier about thoughts on Darren Brown, they're from Sri Lanka, and they were saying how we never get a chance yet to see these great magicians live as we live far away. We've seen Evasons from Penn and Teller fool us and loved the act, the best Q&A ever seen. So
cool.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
Enjoyed your performance.
Never been to Sri Lanka?
No.
But that's the beauty of now with virtual shows,
Yes.
You can reach people like that have seen you online, that have never gotten a chance to see you live.
Well, we haven't done a public like virtual show. Yeah, I mean, we've done like Magic Castle and different things like that. We can promote this, but they're just our own show. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll still do it. We'll see.
People still doing that? I know it's hard to sell tickets now. I would think.
It might be, but even if you're not selling tickets, or not a lot, if you just want to get it out there for audience, people who probably wouldn't have any other way to see it. So it's still be a cool thing.
Yeah.
So we have so much more to talk about.
So what are you guys doing tomorrow?
Keep it going.
I think I said at like the 2-hour mark, I was like, I never really told you guys how long the show could go. So like it's 2 hours now. If you guys want, like, if you feel like, and now we're at 4 hours.
What is the longest you've done? You've done more than 4 hours, probably.
Well, when you did it on Instagram, it went really long.
We were doing Instagram live before, so 4 hours was the max that you could have. So
and you would go
cut
4
you off
hours.
at 4 hours. Yeah,
gosh,
it used to be 1 hour, and then you'd have to restart, which sucked. So they bumped it back to 4 hours. So that was the longest that we had done. So you've basically tied the record.
Oh no, we don't want to tie. We want to beat it. So how much longer? We want to be number one, the first mentalist duel ever.
Let's talk about some other acts.
Well, that's going to be another couple of hours, right?
On YouTube, you've officially set the record.
On YouTube, you've set the record, and that's what matters, because there's no record of the Instagram. Oh no, there is the record of the Instagram ones on your page, but. Did those save as a 4-hour episode? Did they?
Yeah,
they saved as 4 hours. Yeah, I know that your one with Xavier, I think, went that long.
That was 4 hours. Yeah.
Wow. So I mean, we could throw in
lasagna.
We could play the whole song and then take it out.
That is by far how we have to end the episode today. Is just show the whole video,
the whole song. Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
Absolutely. No, but this has been so fascinating finding out about this whole world with mediums. I'm just blown away by this site. I can't believe this. I didn't know that there was the idea of a medium community. Because they've got like this giant list of people that all are mediums. Like, it's insane to me. I can't believe it, because I think that I usually think of it as like, it's a rare thing that like there's a few people that end up getting famous on television or whatever for basically being mentalists and just saying medium. But the idea of there being a whole community of people that have no intention of doing anything on TV, they're just performing for each other or something in this little. I don't understand. Well, I guess it doesn't even count as a performance to them, right? It's a
no. It's not a show.
What is it like there?
Well, we've never been to a private reading.
No, but you can get
Them,
private
but
readings
you
or
sign up, and I don't even know what they charge, but they don't look at it, and that's why I say it depends on where their heart is. Where is it in their heart? I think they're really good. Most of them are really good people. They're magicians have a habit of thinking, oh, attack the psychics, go for it and expose and I think there's plenty of them that, there's room for exposure.
Well, it's like a religion for a lot of them, right? The spiritualism is their form of religion, what they believe in.
Yeah.
But it's beyond that, I have to say.
Yeah.
But they don't think they're scamming. They truly believe in what they're teaching and what they're sharing.
I think that there are a lot of scammers in that community.
There are a lot, for sure.
Lot.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's different levels of scamming with that. That's the other thing too. So that may sound like, well, once a scammer, always a scammer. But no, I think it's intertwined with, they know that they're doing a trick with some of it, but there's some other parts of it that I think they feel is real. And they think it's okay to do that little piece because it helps the person they're dealing with. So I'm not trying to justify them, but just getting to know them over the years and having dabbled with it myself,
I think in the end, we all just have to sign up for the course.
Yeah, we have to take the course to become a medium. Yeah, well, X said, shun the mediums, well done only.
So funny.
Ryan, have you ever done readings? Is that not anything? I mean,
no, not really.
No.
I mean,
No.
I talk to people about different things in their life and stuff like that, and Q&A stuff and that, but I don't take it that far. I don't think so.
Do you add like cold reading elements in revealing, even if it's just a number? Do you get into numerology? Do you?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Sure.
100%. Yeah, I think you have to sell what you're doing. But again, I come from a Christian background. I was a pastor for 10 years and stuff. So I
didn't know you were a pastor. Did I?
Yeah,
know that?
sorry.
I think I knew that.
Yeah.
Well, talk about scammers.
Yeah, I was waiting for
that. And we're done. We didn't even make fun. They were almost at the 4-minute mark. Oh. And the atheist had to cut it short.
Oh, you guys made it to 3 hours and 59 minutes.
We just throw on the lasagna song. You cut out one of us.
Blaze will keep us on. We don't need you.
But for a lot of these people, it is like a religion for them. It is like for them, that's where they find peace, where they find comfort.
Yeah. So for me, I never want to go into like, too down that rabbit hole. Like I love mentalism as like you guys as entertainment and stuff. And of course I get people after the show, no matter how much you say it's fake, they believe it's real and you can't change their mind. And I'm okay with that. And that's why I got into mentalism instead of magic. I did magic growing up and felt like what you said before, Jeff, is like, no one can relate to a woman being cut in half anymore, because it's not, 100 years ago or 200 years, 100 years ago, when they saw a woman get cut in half, they believed that could, that's happening, right? But no one now is going to run out of a theater and be like, oh my goodness, I just saw a woman get cut in half. I got to phone the police. This lady got murdered or assaulted or whatever on stage. That doesn't happen. Where when you read someone's mind or appear to, that feels real to them. And I always think magic should feel real because that's the best form of it, I find. So that's why I went down the mentalism track. Was I was like, this feels more real to me anyways for the spectator. And so that to me was like the most important thing. How do I make magic feel real? So
but however, when Ricciardi and I think today, if he was still alive, he would still have people believing that he really did cut the woman in half. When he did the buzzsaw illusion, and then the whole theater had that odor of death.
Yeah.
And people could come up on stage and look at it and see the guts coming out. And that was it. She never came back together.
It's entertainment.
Wow. That was real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also depends on where you are, right? Countries and what people are exposed to.
Yeah.
I'm more curious now if the couple experiences we had where, you kind of go, you know what, we don't want to go into the village and do our magic. We don't come back. And I just wonder if they know more. And one of them is St. Lucia, in the countryside. And we were there we did a couple of shows and we were done those. And then we hired rented this sailboat. That was how we really got into sailing together and went down the islands. And we got to this little town of Soufrière, and Jeff went up to this little boy. And
we were at the bakery shop.
We're at the bakery shop we were getting bread, and this little one got a loaf of bread, and I was paying for the bread, and I heard him, what he was starting to do, and I turned to say, no, I know where we are, and you don't want to be doing magic for people like that because you'll freak them out, right? So, but nope, he's going right through.
Just a young boy. He came in to buy his bread for his family for dinner, and they gave him his change back. And I said, let me show you something really cool. And all I was going to do was a coin vanish, and the coin vanished. And the kid dropped the bread and dropped all of his money, and he ran out yelling down the road, screaming, Obia, Obia.
Laja bless. And Jeff goes, oh, what's that? I said, the devil. And literally, it's the little old wooden houses, and the windows are closed, but the shutters just started pulling. People looking, Laja bless? Where's the Laja bless? Like, what is the Laja bless? That's this little boy, because he's innocent, so he must be right. And
for a French drop.
Yeah. And they were freaking out, and this lady came in and she goes, what's going on here? She seemed like she was representing the town, and he said, well, I just did a magic trick. Oh, magic trick, show me. And so she showed him. He laughed. She said, okay, I will get some bread, we'll send the money, and we'll explain to them. And I said, that kid and that family are going to believe you're the devil forever going on. I said, so no more magic. No more magic in this town. So that in South Africa, that was the craziest. But it's what people are exposed to.
That's so fascinating. Yeah. It's just like people see, we think that, people still in America or, in North America see very little magic in their lives. A lot of times, if you perform magic for someone, you could be the first magician they've ever seen live, but then you think about, a culture that's not used to it at all. And and they're also have this kind of spirituality that's more deeply imbued, where it's like, that's their first leap. It isn't this guy tricked me. It's that this guy did something real and there's the devil here.
Right. Yeah.
That's really fascinating. That's their first reaction.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. You have to be careful. You could start a little cult, start a religion.
I think it's easy with mentalism to start. You could start a religion easily with some of the stuff that, if they're believing little vials of water or pieces of blanket that, Popoff, look at, he's been exposed and like no other
still has a career
creature, he's back again.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Which is, that's kind of appalling that he's still
he can still do it.
Yeah. And that's another thing that I think when we're talking about, like you were talking about the line of scammers, I feel like that's a line that's definitely, I don't remember if he's doing the kind of talking to the dead stuff as well, Popoff, but I know he's doing faith healing, which is like you take an old woman and you convince her to not take her meds because she thinks that she would rather trust you and think that you are a representative of God and would rather trust your faith healing than an actual doctor, and now you're actually endangering people. Like that's where it's definitely a line, and that's scary. Yeah,
it's that line. Do you guys know the movie Nightmare Alley? I mentioned it as my favorite movie, but
no.
Okay, that's another thing you got to check out.
So you will know about it by
taking so many notes. Just all of these gold nuggets getting dropped.
Everybody will know about Nightmare Alley because it's being redone. It's already out. It will be out in December, but I think it's done.
Yeah, so 2021, it'll be.
Yeah, but the original 1947, must see if you're a mentalist or a magician.
Yeah, I definitely got to check it out.
It is.
And have that comparison too.
A wonderful movie. The remake is coming out. And I think it's going to be huge for mentalists. There are a lot of mentalists who are afraid of it because it's full of exposure, especially of our act. It's entirely exposed, but it's going to be big, and I think it's going to help us. It's going to help mentalists.
Nice.
Yeah.
And the original, does it also contain that same kind of exposure and things?
Oh yeah. But it's interesting because when it came out in 1947 or 1948 era, there were it wasn't, Magic wasn't near as popular. It was on one of its, on the slope downwards at that time in popularity, but it really, you would think it would hurt a lot. And all the mentalists were afraid of how much damage it was going to do, but it did the opposite. People were busier than ever. And all kinds of magicians were getting into mentalism to capitalize upon the popularity of that film, that movie.
Wow.
So the same, it's Guillermo del Toro. So it's going to be huge, I think, when it comes out.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I did not
definitely check into it.
It was really cool to work with too, to talk to on the phone. And
well, I didn't say we worked with it, but we did consult.
Okay, well, we
with
did.
Yeah.
Okay. So and help him out, figure out how to control all that.
But you can watch it. It's on YouTube. The original. It's black and white, and it's just wonderful. It's and it shows how mentalists can go on that slippery slope into believing and so I don't want to ruin anything about the film, but it's in the end, it's not a happy ending.
Wow. I really want to, and it also is a film noir piece, which I think is really cool. So for me, any of the Magic products that I've released, for the trailers, I've done them as a film noir short film. And had it be so basically the trailer that actually advertises the product is in the middle, and it's bookended by this film noir thing that you get the introduction, and then there's this cut to color, that then gives you the actual product exposition, and then we wrap up the story that we started at the beginning with the at the end, and so I'm definitely excited to check out. So that's it.
Yeah.
Also, this sounds like a crazy, interesting story, and the fact that it's film noir is just an added bonus.
Yeah. Wow. They actually filmed a lot of it in Toronto. Well, it was filmed in Toronto and Buffalo, the remake, the new one. And in the original film, it happens where it is in Buffalo, actually, where the mentalist makes it big doing the mediumistic stuff. Is that in Buffalo? So it was kind of perfect that they actually went back to, because the original was all done on a set in LA.
Yeah, it was great because Buffalo is a really cool city.
The architecture is incredible.
It's unbelievable. If you've never been through the city, it's just phenomenal, really. We were quite surprised because we usually just fly in, fly out, go to a conference center, leave. Maybe we stay around the conference center and eat. It was just one of those times. We had lots of time, so we started walking around. It was like, whoa, Gotham City. Wow, it's really cool. So it's this movie's going to be just amazing, I think. For all aspects of it. That's exciting.
And that's an interesting perspective that you have, because I think we talked about this with Colin a couple weeks ago about how, if someone's a sleight of hand artist and any amount of what they do is exposed, then it doesn't really crumble what they do, especially if they advertise themselves as a sleight of hand artist, because it's like, okay, you understand that what I'm doing is sleight of hand. You understand that there's, this kind of trickery involved. But mentalism, usually it's presented even when you say this is, just psychology, or this is not anything supernatural or whatever, I feel like we talked about how mentalism, if some mentalism methods are exposed, it can crumble a lot of the performance more, in that people go, oh, so this person just can't read minds.
Right. To believe there's a certain amount of belief that helps with.
That suspension of disbelief. Yeah.
Right.
But it's very interesting that you also helped on the show, on the movie, and you feel as though like when it comes to this, it's going to be more beneficial to the art rather than. And also, I'm somebody that doesn't think that exposure is a bad thing at all when it comes to the art of magic. Obviously, when not in a malicious way. Like, I'm not saying we should start just going off and exposing other people's stuff. But I don't think that, I think that people getting interested in becoming magicians is always a beneficial thing. And if that means that they saw some method and that gets them excited to learn more, then that's a good thing, but that's just fascinating. So you feel like this overall is something that'll, be beneficial regardless of the exposure.
I'm inherently against exposure, when it comes to mentalism. But I don't think that, if we didn't do this show, somebody else would have. And I know that we helped tone down some of the unnecessary exposure that just didn't really add to the story. All it did was expose more. But we were here in Canada, it was last summer, wasn't it, that we got a phone call from the producer, and he said, I have Guillermo del Toro on the phone, and he would like to speak with you. And then he said that, we asked around, and I'm friends with Darren, and I'm friends with Penn. And they both said that you were the ones that we needed to contact. So we listened to him, and we weren't happy at all when we first found out that this film was going to be remade, because so many people don't know about the movie, even though when it came out, it was huge. But what are you going to do? If we don't do it, somebody else will. And we felt like maybe we can help. But since then, in researching a lot of the old Genie magazines, and Bascom Jones was a big writer in mentalism, and I've come to the conclusion, because it's consistent, that it only helped with bookings. It didn't take away, even though there was this big fear. That never happened. And I think maybe in a Second Sight act, if you know how it's done, then maybe you want to see it done. You still can't believe that it's happening, even though you know maybe what it is, but it seems impossible even still if it's done properly.
Well, when you think about what's out there on the internet, that people can look up just about any trick and any method, and so
I'd like to retract my statement and modify it a little bit. That I'm not trying to say exposure is a good thing. I'm just trying to say that I'm realistic about the fact that with the advent of the internet in being so popular, it's like you can't really do anything about it. So I'm not going to worry myself.
You can't fight it. Yeah,
we fought it at the beginning. We were really irritated by it. We didn't think it was right, but then after a while, you just go, "What are you going to do? It's out there," and not necessarily we jumped on the bandwagon because we're not there, but as Jeff said, that was our angle. His approach was actually that he loved magic, Magic Castle, all these guys, and he thought, I want to be careful. Guillermo, I want to be careful how I do this, but there's a story.
But the story is it's a book.
Yeah, and there's a story, and it's like, you're making this story. If you take some of those moments out, then now you have a whole different story, and he wants to keep it as close to that real first story, which is just amazing. So
and also in that time, do you know the Piddingtons? Does that name ring a bell to you guys? So they were
somebody else to look out, the Piddingtons.
Yeah, look up the Piddingtons.
Chrome tabs
superstars of mentalist duo acts
in Britain.
In
England, they were huge. And when I say huge, everybody knew them. Household name. They were I think they still hold the record for BBC as to the number of listeners, because it was radio back then. They were big on radio. But they're fascinating. And it's interesting to me that they came out right around the same time, just after Nightmare Alley is when they, right around the same time. Nightmare Alley was just out, and boom, the Piddingtons stepped to the stage and take it by storm. So I don't think it hurts it necessarily.
Yeah.
They don't have, I don't know. I think they can see something in the movie and see it on stage and think, well, that can't be the same thing. And I think that's going to happen in Nightmare Alley.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
I'm sure that what they're doing in the movie is not going to be taking it to the extents or the routineng that you guys are doing. And I think the context will make people not associate them as exactly the same thing.
Well, I think it depends on how they do it. I mean, the original movie, even though it was, of a certain era, they still did a pretty amazing job. That's why we're saying if you guys should really check it out, because it has strong impact for sure. So we'll see what they do with this one.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll love the movie, though, and your viewers will love it, too, if they've stuck around for 4 hours and 3 minutes.
Bye.
That's it.
Done. All right, I'm gone. Hummus. We've got, what do we got upstairs? Crackers, hummus. We're not eating dinner.
Cookies.
Veggie burger.
I think we had one final question, so we might as well throw it in. And Kevin has definitely been around for hours, because he was asking about what are your thoughts on apps in mentalism? Do you use them, or do you prefer traditional methodology? And
I think generally we prefer a traditional methodology, but it doesn't mean that we have never used apps. We try to do as little electronics as possible, but we will dabble here and there, but not in a huge way.
But do we?
We have? Okay, no, we'd never. No, but give me an example.
We never do that.
I don't believe in iPhones.
Not the way that they would take it and use it, right?
Well, the only app that we, like a magic app, we have a Turner watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So is that really an app? I don't think that would constitute, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But
I won't mention the others.
there's no others. Look at my phone. I'll go through my I don't know. Apps are I guess apps. We don't use electronics though. We've just made a commitment to no electronics, and that's not because we don't like electronics. I love electronics, and I'm so.
Well, you're offering $100,000, so you got to be careful. Get that on the line.
Oh, right.
But if we did use electronics, I think that they would just think. I mean, that's what they're assuming anyhow. So we just have to say there are no electronics and be done with it, because that's the conclusion that they all think.
Yeah.
Before Tessa had braids, she had different hair, and people would think she has something in her hair that's transmitting, it's receiving, and
You just can't see it. It's tucked in there.
Our mentors were a couple, the Tuckers, and they were one of the original electronic sets with
Modern day,
earpieces and but that was in the 1970s. It wasn't near what it was. You had to have an induction thing around your neck. You had to wear a coil under your shirt, and you had to have something in your table that no less than 6 feet away to receive it. It was crazy stuff.
There is another.
I will leave with this one. So, so my friend who had introduced us to this couple, the guy that took all the Dunninger things way back, he got into performing later in his life, into mentalism and escapes. And he was doing a show in Toronto. We used to have the old fire hall, SCTV, where they began. Second City. So Ryan, you probably know all that stuff. Yeah. So they used to do this show called Curtains Up, and I think it was once a month, and it was late at night so that all the performers who were working in the city could go. So the show would open at like 11 p.m. and go till 1 or 2 in the morning. And it was just performers, cabaret acts, whatever, variety acts get up on stage and entertain each other. But there'd be a couple of hundred people in the house.
Yeah.
And so people would sign up to get on this show for free for no money, just to work out stuff. And my friend, he wanted to do using this he bought this. He couldn't do the system that we do, so he bought the electronic system. Had this coil around his neck. Inside the table was the receiver, and I don't know how it worked exactly, but he was doing a phone book test. He wasn't doing a 2-person act. So he have the Toronto phone directory, 3-4 inches, hand that out to somebody in the audience. And the idea was that they would open up to any page, choose any phone number, and he would know what the number was. Meanwhile, I was back behind the curtain, backstage, with an identical phone book. So he would give it to somebody in the audience, say, open it up to any page. What page are you on? 1094. So I'd turn to the same page. And then he said, okay, you want to choose how many columns? There's 4 columns. Choose what would you like? 1, 2, 3, or 4. Third column. I'd find the same column, run your finger down the page. I'd be following along. All right, where did you stop? The 10th number down. I'd find the 10th number. And then in the little microphone, I would speak the number and Richard would pick it up. I just said his name, but in his ear,
Richard, so you're all fine.
In his earpiece. And that was supposed to be how it worked, that he would know what the number was. But the problem with this early RF equipment, this radio stuff, was that I was being picked up backstage through the speaker wires somehow and coming out the speakers, so the entire audience could hear me backstage. 7, 9, 4, 3, 2. So,
oh my God,
was laughing at him. But
I thought you were going to say that there was like radio interference and he's just hearing some sports broadcast in his ear while he's trying to do this. But that's even worse. Just to the audience.
And then because he had the earpiece in, he's
realize.
Hearing me, but he's not picking up on the fact that the whole audience is hearing it at the same time coming out the PA. So he's Mr. Serious Mentalist trying to, and has no idea, why are they laughing at me? Why is everybody laughing?
Oh my God.
So that early stuff was enough to make me think, it's just not reliable. But it is. Of course it is.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
That's so funny though. He just keeps on going, just as serious as possible. He has no idea that everybody's just hearing it.
Yeah. So but our mentors, they were called the Tuckers, and they were fantastic. Probably the best act that I remember that I know of in modern day 2-person mental acts. But they didn't use it for that purpose. They still did the system, but they used only the earpiece because she was losing her hearing. And rather than go out and buy a hearing aid, they just put one of those, and he would wear the microphone under his shirt, and so she could pick up directly into her ear only what everybody else was hearing. It wasn't like she was getting secret information. It was just acting as a hearing aid. Everybody thought they were using it to accomplish the mentalism, but they weren't.
You didn't need to.
Yeah.
They were awesome.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Cool.
Crazy.
Wow.
Get that.
Set a record.
4 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yay.
We should have ended in 4:10.
I mean, we could probably go for 12 hours. But the show really isn't 12 hours.
You lied.
Yeah, we actually have to go 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 24 seconds.
Who did
MIA.
But yeah, we want to thank you guys so much for coming on. I mean, literally, we've spoken about the gamut of things tonight.
It's so great.
And I'm sure, I mean, we'd love to have you guys on again sometime and see if we can break the record.
We're so excited to have you guys again next week. We really appreciate you guys agreeing to do that next Wednesday.
Anything for you guys.
We had so much fun that we're excited that we're bringing you guys on as co-hosts.
I'm just excited to hear the lasagna song again.
Yeah, I just can't wait.
I want to learn the words in the song.
Memorize the lyrics. Yeah.
I'm going to leave a message for Matt DeCero, that song over and over again.
Yeah. Just call him up and leave a voicemail and then just
hold it up.
Lasagna.
It's easy to send him crazy.
He's Italian. That's why he likes it.
He's Italian. He'll like it. All right. Well, it was so great to meet you guys. I really enjoyed getting to
You too, Blaze.
So
Yeah,
much
it was a
fun.
pleasure.
Yeah.
It was great.
We feel like we've known
Pleasure's
you all
mine.
our lives, so
We're best buds now. We're best
not
friends.
quite.
We'll stop into Connecticut on the way to Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cromwell, you said? I'll have a look for it. Never heard of that
Such a
place.
good memory.
Yeah, I use it against people. They don't know. I'm not talking. I'm memorizing.
You're just
all
doing
this
recon on
information.
them. Yeah.
We don't stay at hotels. We just have addresses.
Just hold it against.
Oh, it'll be like John Calvert, right?
We'll pull a John Calvert. That's another story. We don't have
We'll keep that for next week, okay?
My cheeks hurt from just laughing.
I know. Me too.
At this time of day, anything's funny.
Yes.
It's
We're getting a
2:20
little
a.m.
delirious. I appreciate the 6 people that have hung in here. What?
That's 2 records.
Look in there. So time.
Does this replay, or was this if you missed this, you missed it?
No, this is getting uploaded. Yeah, this
Okay.
whole thing is, this is on YouTube now.
They're going to start charging you for storage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is bandwidth. They can't handle it.
Is Xavier still there? Xavier, say something.
We'll just do it again. If you'd like to see more of the episodes, go to evason.com.
You're getting kind of giddy, dear.
Yeah, you've heard it all, folks.
Yeah.
How do we
All right.
wrap this thing up? Do we just
I
leave?
think we just, are you guys ready? We'll all do it together. We've never ended it with the guests before, so we'll do it
All right.
together. We'll bring our hands.
You ready?
We gotta go out.
Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll end it with the lasagna song. We'll just
Okay.
After we
ready?
do this.
So
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Thank you for watching Magic After Dark. See you next week.
Shazam!
Lasagna.
Lasagna!
What's your favorite genre of lasagna?
Meat.
Lasagna.
Veggie.
Lasagna.
Plain.
Lasagna.
Saucy.
Lasagna. What's your favorite genre of lasagna?
Color.
Lasagna.
Cheesy.
Lasagna. Bolognese. Lasagna. Lasagna! Blaine. Houdini. What's yours?